Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session 2 of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Youth National Championships here in Greenville, South Carolina. Once again, it's your boy on the mic, Nick Stevens Jr., USAPL coach, competitor, commentator, and referee. And for this session, I'm joined by we do a lot of things with this sport, let's say that. But folks, welcome back to session 2. So for this session here, we are going to see all of our youth male lifters for this session. We've got 3 flights of male lifters. And these are, like I said, these are our youth lifters, so they're between the ages of 8 and 13. And so right now we see on the screen here Gino Powerlifting, the Pirate of Powerlifting, giving a good introduction to our national level referees. We've got a solid lineup here. Kevin Serrano, BJ Foss, Jack Marcus, Tony Goodwin. Oh, and then we've got Mr. Eric Cordero as well on the side there. Now, folks, so like I said, this is going to be our youth session here. So this is going to be our last youth session for this weekend. We do have one more session coming up after this one, starting around 5 to 5:30, and that is going to be the first round of bench pressing for our bench national championship. But before we get into that, like I said, this is going to be our youth competition. We've got 3 full flights. And before we get into the action here, let's give a quick rundown of our sponsors. A7 Apparel, Demand Greatness. They're providing a lot of the apparel for our spotters and loaders, as well as our other volunteers. I want to give a quick shout out to Revolution Screen Printing out of Charlotte, North Carolina. My buddy Doug Siemens, he does a great job with his screen printing business. They've provided all of the meat tees throughout the weekend, so for both youth, bench, and equipped. We've got Titan Power Systems, or Titan Strength Systems. We've got Texas Strength Systems that are providing all of the platform equipment for our competition today. And then we've also got Renaissance Periodization, one of the platinum sponsors for USA Powerlifting. We're just a few short minutes away from the action here. Gino finishing up his spiel, his introduction of all of the referees. Oh, we've got Mr. Johnny Graham in attendance as well. Johnny Graham is the, if I'm not mistaken, he's the chair for...
The vice president.
Vice president, yep, of the USAPL. And he's one of the ones that's in charge of, you know, the younger age group meets, so high school nationals, youth nationals, that sort of thing. And Johnny Graham, very known for not using a microphone, so he's currently shouting at our audience. But you know what? He's a phenomenal representative of the federation, and we're so grateful to have him as well as all the rest of our exec members.
He is the one to make sure all this stuff is set up. He's also a member of the executive committee. I know that Gino talked about it, but we have no idea how much work he really does. Once again, thanks for everything. Guys, we can't run this like great kids. Thank you. And I'm going to be a little personal. To me, in life, I think it's 3 jobs that's really mandatory in life. A teacher, a doctor, and a person who has served their country's military. To me, that's the only 3 jobs in the world. Parents, you hold every damn position I just talked about. Believe it or not. That's why I like the youth division and high school division. Now, think about what I'm saying. As a parent, the first thing you do when that child is born, you try to teach them right and wrong. That's your job to teach them. When they get fall down, they hurt themselves, they scratch. Parents, how many times you put a Band-Aid on them or kiss that boo-boo and make it feel better? That's the doctor in you. And let someone hurt your kids and disrespect your kids and see how fast you'll defend them. So ladies and gentlemen, parents, brothers and sisters, thank you so much for what you do to young kids. God bless you. Wish you the best. Thank you.
All right, report to your positions. We are going to start momentarily.
folks, looks like all of our referees are in their seats. The jury is at their table, and we are ready to get the action started for the second session of USA Powerlifting Youth National Championships here in Greenville, South Carolina. Coming up first is Mr. Jackson Johnson. He's going to open us up with 44 pounds on the bar. And if you're used to watching powerlifting competitions, you notice that 20 isn't really a normal increment that we'll see on the bar. Why is that?
So given that we're dealing with these youth lifters, we are going to have some special exceptions for them. So one of those exceptions is that they are going to be able to use a bar that weighs less than the typical standard 20 kilo bar. So Jackson here is a perfect example. He's using a 10 kilo bar, and that just makes it a little more accommodating for our youth lifters. And that's a good lift for Jackson. 3 white lights. Great way to start off the session.
Yes, I wonder if they can keep up the same trend that our first session did. Every single one of the lifters in last session hit their openers. Every single one, which is not
Phenomenal
something.
Statistic.
Exactly. It's not something you see very often, like even going into the higher ages. And so being able to hit all the openers,
especially in the youth category.
Especially in the youth category, it sets you up so well for maintaining that momentum throughout the meet.
Yeah, I mean, I was working the first session at the score table, and you can know this in just the demeanors of the lifters. A lot of them were a bit nervous. So, I mean, starting off hitting their openers, that really sets the tone, giving them that confidence for the rest of the meet.
That's right. And Kevin did great work last session. He let us know that a lot of these lifters, it's their second meet.
Wow.
So in order to be able to compete at high school nationals, you are required to set a qualifying total, which is set at the beginning of the year for each division, each weight class. And so in order to compete at this high of a stage, you have to meet that qualifying total prior to the competition. So a lot of our lifters, some of them have competed maybe once and qualified, and now they're at this stage. There's other lifters who we saw in the last session have been competing for multiple years, 4 or 5 years, many meets under their belt.
Which is crazy as a youth lifter.
Exactly. We're going to see a ton of different variations in experience levels. But that being said, this is still the national stage. This is still where it all matters the most, where everyone is stacked against each other.
And that's why it's so important for these lifters to have that qualifying meet that they have to do. They do have to do some meet. They have to set a total before they move on to the national stage.
Looks like we're carrying on well with our openers here. Green lights across, or white lights across the board. And we see our spotters and loaders switching out the barbell that's being used. So we are now switching from a 10 kilo bar to a 20 kilo bar. And Mark Fleetwood is going to open up with 88 pounds. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Mark Fleetwood is related to Aline Fleetwood. And if I'm further not mistaken, these are the same Fleetwoods from Georgia that have competed at many meets here in the South. I've commentated over a bunch of their meets, so strong family.
Yeah, Mark's coming out here really keyed in for his opener, fired up. Only been competing for about a year, but has already done 4 meets. This is going to be his 5th meet, and his first lift at the national stage. Just completed 3 white lights for him.
Oh, and he's stoked about that one. He's on the board. Up next here is Jonathan Price. And we are going to be switching back to the youth bar. And that is lifter preference, ladies and gents. The lifter does have the preference of using a youth bar or using a normal power bar. Completely up to them. We do have both options available for our lifters. And Jonathan Price, he, again, electing to go for the youth bar. Maybe that's what he's used to training on. Maybe he's not used to training on a larger power bar.
Yeah, and again, these lifters are just so young, and using that smaller bar, the 10 kilo bar, can just make it a bit easier for them. to hold, just make it a little bit more accommodating for them.
That's right. Jonathan Price there. That's going to be 2-1. So we've got one red light, red card, and then one red light, yellow card. And so for those of you watching at home, if you see the lights on the board and you see a red dot underneath that red circle, that means that that lifter did not hit adequate depth. And depth for us is that hip crease being below that top surface of the knee. And if we go into a blue light, so let's say we have a red circle and then a blue dot underneath, that's going to signify any up and downward motion that we're going to see, or any double bouncing that we're going to see at the bottom of the squat. And Adrian, do you want to talk a little bit about the yellow cards that we might see for squat?
Sure. So the yellow card is kind of a catch-all for everything else besides the infractions you already listed. So that could be if you see a lifter jumping a command. For instance, Wyatt just got a yellow card from one of the side referees. So that side referee might have thought that he jumped the squat command or the rack command, or it could be a number of different things, such as if you simply fail to lift, that's going to be a yellow card. If you take a step before the commands, it's going to be a yellow card. Just a number of different infractions there.
All right, here's Mr. Caleb Todd.
Caleb's one of our lifters who is competing in his second meet at this national level stage. His first meet was just a couple months ago, back in April.
And boy, is he locked in, my goodness.
Yeah, he looks very composed, especially, I mean, I cannot imagine being 8 or 9 years old, competing on the national level for your second meet. I mean, I remember being very, very nervous for my first national level meet, and I was already 18, 19 years old, a whole decade younger.
I remember being nervous
really showing
for
maturity.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I remember being nervous for my very first national competition when I was playing Halo back in the day at 10 years old. So these kids are on a completely different level. I know if anybody put me in front of a stage or in front of people and asked me to lift a weight at 8, 9 years old, I'd just cry and walk away. These kids, mentally strong, physically strong. Yeah.
Showing out for these youth lifters. That was a good lift for Logan Roth.
One thing I forgot to mention, folks, if you all are wanting to follow along with the action with live attempts, Yep, I said that right. Live attempts, the order of the meet, different forecasted placings. Go ahead and head over to liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll down until you see the 2024 USA Powerlifting Youth Nationals. And you can join us for all of the action that we're seeing, including all of the weight that is on the bar, the differences in divisions, the totals, and all sorts of things. Up next is Jamison McCardle, going for 143 pounds. One thing I'm noticing with these younger lifters is that a lot of them don't use knee sleeves. Why would you think that might be?
I guess given that...
I've got my own thoughts, but...
Yeah, I guess given that these lifters are so new to the game, so young, their coaches or whoever is coaching them up into powerlifting might just think that, hey, they don't need as much equipment for right now. They don't need to invest in that equipment. Let's build up your strength first. Just build up that quad strength, that back strength, and we can add on the equipment later.
Right. And that, kind of what you were alluding to, these kids are still definitely developing into who they are physically. And sure, you can load, let's say we load Jackson up with, 100 pounds on a squat. He could probably do it, but is that going to be beneficial for him as a long-term lifter, as, another sport athlete? A lot of these kids are doing other sports outside of powerlifting, and so they're using this as kind of a training sport for their actual sport. And so being able to train a lot more globally, being able to train in more than one aspect than just strength, than just squat, bench, deadlift, is crucial for these kids. Here's Jackson Johnson. We're back to the top of the order now.
A
Make
little
sure
bit
he gets that
imbalanced
bar.
there, but
Yep.
he found his way.
Oh my gosh.
That looked great.
Important note there too, we saw him kind of unrack a little bit, and we saw him kind of shift the bar on his shoulders before finishing that walkout. The lifter is able to do that. The lifter is able to take as many steps, make as many adjustments as they want
You
until...
can even re-rack it. If you
Oh, yeah.
unracked it in a weird way, you want to re-rack it, have a little bit more, have the bar set better on your back. It could really help you out with that lift.
Mm-hmm. And as long as you do all of that before that head referee gives you that start command, you're good. Oftentimes, the referee won't give you a start command until you are fully set with the knees, but you have full freedom.
Mm-hmm. And that's why these lifters have got, once the chief referee says bar is low, they do allow a full minute for the lifter to get that first squat command. So they can reset as many times as they want within that limit, as long as they are in the correct starting position before it is up. Great lifting there.
I'll tell you one thing. Something about this Eclipse powerlifting team out of Bloomington, they know how to squat deep. Every single one of their lifters in the past session and so far in this session have just gone absolutely to the floor, just buried their squats, which is what we want. We would much rather a squat be deep and solidified to the standard rather than, being borderline and we've got to go to the judge's decision.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing to solidify as a youth lifter as well. If you're coaching up these very young kids, 8 through 13 years old, to just say, hey, make sure that your lift is completely to the standard. There's not going to be any question. You're not going to leave it to the judges. Henry Koch walking out with 37.5 kilos.
Wow. The knee health for some of these kids astounds me. Being able to go down that fast with no knee sleeves. And we're getting the bar switched out again for Mr. Henry Koch. If you all are following along on, I almost said Instagram. If you all are following along on LiftingCast, all of our lifters with 3 stars next to their name. So in this flight, it'd be Jackson, Logan, Henry, and Jonathan. All of those lifters are going to be switching to a youth bar. So all of our lifters with the stars next to them are going to be going with the youth bar. Everyone else is electing to go for the normal 20-kilo power bar.
We see Mark in the wings there, waiting for the bar to be ready for him to come out to 45 kilos. He's in our Youth 2 division, meaning that he's either 10 or 11 years old. And this is already his 5th meet in powerlifting.
Yeah, if he's part of the Fleetwood family, they compete fairly regularly. I remember them doing, there was a youth meet in South Carolina a couple years ago that they competed at.
It's
a
a
few
great way
more
to
in
get
Georgia.
experience.
Yeah.
You don't have to completely max out every meet. You could save that for the national level stage. At this age, it's just vital to get that platform experience.
That's exactly what Kevin and I were talking about earlier is like, yes, these kids can max out. Everyone has the capability to max out, but is it worth it, right? As long as we're still progressing and we're still hitting PRs each and every competition, there's no need to go all out. Not only that, but to go all out on squat. That's one of the more tiring lifts, and we got to make sure we save enough energy for the bench and deadlift.
And it's a great thing to instill in these lifters as well that making attempts is going to build up your total. You don't want to open up with a PR unless you've just progressed that much in the off season, which these kids could have done given that their rate of adaptation will be so high. But it's a great thing to teach that, hey, even if you don't completely max out, given that you're going 9 for 9, that's going to build the highest total you can. Now, Jonathan Price walking out with 45 kilos, missed his opening attempt. And I believe he got a red card and a yellow card.
Yep, so
we'll
one of those is for
say
depth here. Jonathan is on the board now. So that's one of those situations where we didn't really get to talk about it now, but we'll talk about it throughout the rest of the meet. But when you miss your opening attempt,
it's difficult.
I was going to say, what does that kind of put you in a position for when you miss your first one?
Personally, I have been in that position as a competitor, and it is just nerve-wracking, especially the first attempt of the entire competition. That first squat is so nerve-wracking, and I cannot imagine how it must feel given that these kids are 10, 11, 12 years old. Missing your opener and being able to take a jump anyways, like Jonathan did, coming back and hitting that really shows his mental resilience at such a young age.
And it shows the trust that the coach has in that athlete, too, and vice versa.
Yep, we saw that a couple times last session as well. We saw a few lifters jump the start command in the bench press, either that or some of them had just a weird misgroove that led to up and down motion. They were able to come back, make a jump anyways, and gain those extra kilos. For Caleb Todd, that was a good lift. 3 white lights.
Up next is Wyatt Sargent, going up 7.5 kilos from 47.5 to 55, so that's going to be 121 pounds. And folks, if you're watching on the screen here, Wyatt Sargent elects to have the uprights of the rack tilted inwards. And that's another point of lifter preference, so they have the option of having those posts in or out. It's up to the lifter to determine what advantage that has for them. We can only speculate. It looked like it worked well for him. Oftentimes folks have the uprights in if they have a wider grip or they have a more lateral walkout, but that was a good lift there for Wyatt Sargent.
Yep, good lift. Wyatt's hailing out of Ohio, and again, one of our lifters who this is only his second meet ever. Logan Roth is coming out next, taking a 6-kilo jump to 60 kilos. And if you're following along on LiftingCast, or if you just notice that some of these attempts are not going to be in the standard 2.5 increments that we're going to see in every other division, usually that does indicate that it's an American record attempt. But another one of our accommodations that we have for our youth lifters is that they can take any 0.5 kilo increment. And that just is because these lifters are taking much lower weights than our older lifters are, and especially in the bench press, a 2.5 kilo difference can take you from a 6 RPE to a 10 RPE.
I mean, we see that with our older lifters even. Myself, in fact, there have been a couple times in my career where I've only gone up 2.5 kilos on a bench or a dead, and it feels like 50 more pounds.
Yeah, so having these lifters being able to take non-standard jumps, such as going to 51 kilos, 56, 56.5, it allows them a bit more leeway in what kind of jumps they want to take. And the goal of that is just so that they can take those smaller jumps, hopefully maximize their success rate. Jameson coming out to 72.5 kilos, round about 160 pounds.
I don't know that we've seen it quite yet in this flight of lifters, but we might see it in our next flight. Lifters have the option to, like we said earlier, kind of have the bar wherever they want on their back for the squat, and oftentimes that's kind of relegated to one of two positions, either high bar or low bar. High bar, obviously meaning the bar is higher up on the back, a little bit more close to the traps. Low bar, obviously it's a little bit lower. You create kind of a shelf when you bring your shoulders back so that the bar can rest on that. Creates different musculature, or it allows different musculature to be used for each of the lifts, but again, more lifter preference. Powerlifting is a very individual sport. You can really do whatever you want in terms of technique, programming, the clothes you wear, all sorts of stuff, as long as it's within the confines of the rules.
Yeah, and it's really lovely that we get to see so much variation. I mean, if everyone was lifting the exact same way, it would be quite boring. Jackson Johnson, 30 kilos for his final attempt.
And if that's an all-white light lift, that is going to be our first state record and is the first state record of the second session.
Yeah,
starting us off strong.
Congratulations, Jackson. This is his 4th meet just this year, and he only started competing just this year back in January.
And he's already done 4 meets?
This will be his 4th meet. So it's really like we're
I
seeing a
wanna
lot
be
of
young
these
again.
lifters using that experience.
All right, bars loaded now for Mr. Logan Keller, another product of Eclipse Powerlifting.
Yeah,
88
Eclipse is really
pounds.
known for building up their youth team. So we see them at meets all over the country, and they've especially got a strong presence here at Youth Nationals. Logan Keller dive bombs that. Depth looks, no question there.
No knee sleeves, no belt, no wrist wraps, no problem. Excellent squat there, 3 white lights.
Yep, going 3 for 3. Really starting the day off strong. I mean, again, making attempts is going to instill that level of confidence in these lifters, giving them that momentum going forward. Because if you're not being quite as smart with your attempt selection, you're missing lifts, only walking with your opener, it can really take a dampen on the mental.
Right.
Not just for these youth lifters, but for any lifter, as a matter of fact.
I also want to give a quick shout out to Barbell Productions for providing the media and live stream coverage for today and for providing these super sick angles for the platform. Also give a quick shout out to Bryce Lewis, Jan Dario, our technical gurus for USA Powerlifting and for this meet.
Henry Koch gets his final attempt with 42.5 kilos. He got 2 white lights, but that is all you need. All you need is for the majority of referees to agree that your lift is good for it to pass. And that is why we have 3 referees on the platform.
And on top of that, that's why we have 3 referees at a jury table. For those of you that don't know what a jury is a collection of 3 national level referees that are there to kind of be a fact checker, if you will. So let's say there they are. We see them on the screen there. We see Mr. BJ, David, and Jack as our jury for today. And so what they do is, let's say our referees make a call on the platform that's, let's say we miss a squat on depth and it's 2 reds to 1 white. Well, you can take that 1 white light and take it to the jury and be like, hey, I think my squat was at least depth. I feel like I deserve that lift. And they'll review it and they'll talk about it and get with the referees. And who knows, you might get a lift overturned.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility and something worth looking into, especially as a handler, as a coach. You're meant to be advocating for your lifters. That was a phenomenal attempt from Mark Fleetwood.
I was going to say.
Looked like the perfect call.
But kind of what you were alluding to, especially once we get into the placings of everything and good lifts versus bad lifts really start to matter. And we see this a lot more often in the older
like
age
open
groups,
level division,
right?
And it's a lot. The classes are deep. It's very competitive. It's very intense. But we're going to be fair to all of our lifters. We're going to have a jury set up, even for youth nationals. There could be some battles. There could be some lifts that are in contention that are very close. And you could even debate a 3 white light lift. So 3 white lights or 3 red lights. Oh, Jonathan fired up for his final
I'm
attempt
standing up for Jonathan.
at 51 kilos.
That was
Jonathan,
awesome.
this is his 2nd meet, hailing out of South Carolina. Let's see him get this.
That was good depth. Come on, judges. Ooh, I wonder if he didn't walk back a little too soon for that rack command. One side judge saw it, but the other 2 didn't. 2 to 1.
Majority rules. Gets that lift.
Let's
Missed
watch
his
this back
opener,
here.
but is able to come back, get that 2nd attempt, and then add 6 kilos to that to get 51 kilos. And that is a 6 kilo PR for Jonathan in the squat. So really good job with him for missing that opener, but keeping that composure, coming back, going up anyways, and then able to walk away with a PR.
Caleb Todd giving us a little wave to the camera here. Another big shout out to Barbell Productions, because we're starting to see more prevalence of floating cameras. We're going to start to see more prevalence of getting those different angles of the powerlifters that we want to see aside from the platform. How are they preparing? How are they feeling going onto the platform?
Yeah, getting phenomenal angles here. Caleb Todd, 56 kilos. Again, one of our non-standard increments, but this would be a 1 kilo PR for Caleb.
Wow.
If he's able to lock it in.
He was locked in. Give it. Oh,
There it
my
is.
gosh.
3 white lights.
Let's watch that back. Stone-faced, stone. Oh, my God. Just look at this.
And that is why I really enjoyed that rule. Wow. He had to put in a fight for that, too.
That was a good little grind.
Yeah. And that's why I really like that rule, that exception, that these lifters are able to use non-standard increments. They can do any 0.5 kilo increment because it gives you opportunities like that. Like, for instance, Caleb was able to set a 1 kilo PR there in the squat, whereas if he went up to the standard 57.5, he might have not have been able to make it.
All right, coming up to bat for his last squat attempt, Logan Roth. Looking to get this state record attempt for his last attempt at 141 pounds.
Great work there.
These kids are squatting deep.
Yeah, and for
Very,
Logan,
very deep with no knee sleeves.
his previous best in the squat was 50 kilos.
No.
He blew that away, 64 kilos.
That's insane.
I would do many things for a 14 kilo
I would do
meet
a lot
PR
of
in the
things.
squat. Just showing such a high rate of adaptation for these lifters, given that they're so young, they're growing.
We talk a lot about newbie gains. If you're a coach, talk about newbie gains where, you just start powerlifting, you get those first few weeks where everything's blowing up.
These kids have got years for
These
that.
kids live in a perpetual newbie gain stage. They're just going to keep growing and growing and growing so long as they maintain discipline and as long as they're able to recover. And that's the biggest thing with kids. You don't want to overwork them because, oftentimes, like we said, they're doing other sports for their school or they're just doing this as a hobby, but you don't want to get them too specialized. And Wyatt Sargent.
Great fight from Wyatt. I want to see if the judges think he jumped the squat command.
Oh, he did.
Unfortunately
And
so.
unfortunately, that takes away his opportunity. That was an American record attempt there.
Wow. And I mean, he took a big jump too, 16 kilos from his second attempt. It leaves a lot of kilos on the table for him, but in his heart, he got it up. He could count it as a gym PR. And I mean, Wyatt, in that Youth 2 40 kilo division, he is forecasted well ahead, but he is going to have to continue to make attempts throughout the day in order to keep that lead.
Up next is Jamison McCardle, and he's going to be our last squatter for session 2, flight 1. Up next, we've got Mr. Connor Hobson. After Jamison, Connor Hobson's going to come up and start us off for flight D. So flight C is now, then we go to flight D, and then flight E. Jamison McCardle. Rocking the navy blue and white A7 kit. Shout out our presenting sponsor, A7.
Great job from Jamison there. 82.5 kilos. Absolutely blew his previous squat best out of the water, which was 55 kilos. He just walked away with 82.5. If you're going to a standard commercial gym, that is about a plate and a 25-pound plate. So that's some big weight. I mean, I remember hitting that milestone. I was way older and heavier than Jameson. So getting that, locking that PR in at 12 or 13 years old.
I was gonna say, I don't know that I was
Great job
older, but I was definitely a lot heavier than Jameson was when I first hit 185. So that's fantastic. And it's important to note here, folks, like these are children. These are children between the ages of 8 and 13, and
that's why I'm so impressed by them.
They're not big either. Like, these are children. Children are not big. I mean, some of these kids are pretty big, but a lot of the children aren't that big.
They're still
and
developing.
So
I mean, it's phenomenal to see.
I'm blown away. I truly am.
Connor started off our second flight super strong with his opener at 35 kilos, which absolutely flew for him.
Up next is Bentley Del Vecchio. He's going to be taking 93 pounds for his opening attempt. Ooh, killer singlet. I like that. I've never seen the one with the helmet on there. I like that. Hair matches the singlet. I'm here for it. Here we go, Bentley. 93.7 pounds for the Raw Youth 2 60-kilo lifter.
Buries it there.
Give a quick shout out to our platform sponsor, Texas Strength Systems, owned by Wesley Zunker, one of our state chairs for USAPL. I believe state chair of Texas and one other state, if I'm not mistaken.
Providing our beautiful plates there, our rack, great equipment that we're using. I mean, whenever I see that the competition I'm going to be lifting in or handling in has a TSS, I kind of cheer for joy.
TSS
That's
is
a
kind
really
of the
good
standard.
rack.
It's kind of the standard. Trey Atkin, you blink twice and you miss it. 3 white lights. Bars loaded coming up next for Charles Dolina.
There's our
137
side
pounds.
referee, Eric Cordero, driving here all the way from Boston, dedicated to the game.
Eric Cordero, state chair of Massachusetts. I mean, that just, you said what? He traveled all the way down from Massachusetts?
Yep.
Drove all the way from South Carolina, and I mean,
And I know
or
plenty
from
of people who
Massachusetts.
drove that far or even further.
And a lot of the folks that are making these long trips down here are doing it for the love of the sport. I mean, they truly want to give back to the sport, and it really does take the volunteers, it takes the referees, it takes the media crew, it takes all of this to put this production together for our lifters in order for them to have the best meet experience possible. And
it allows us to level up our game each year as well.
Exactly.
Charles with a very fast opener at 62.5 kilos. He got one blue card there, probably for soft knees. So like you noted earlier, a blue card is going to indicate that the infraction was either up and down motion or a soft lockout. So that could be soft knees, if your hips aren't fully locked. So kind of just something for Charles and for other lifters to watch out for given their next attempt.
All right, up next is Mr. Robert Godinez, rocking a Titan singlet, one of our sponsors for today. And the wrist straps, if I'm not mistaken.
Very controlled descent there.
Oh, wow. I'm seeing so many textbook lifts from these young folks. Just textbook technique that you really only see in the strength and conditioning textbooks that you get in college. I mean,
Yep.
perfect forms. And chances are, like you said, a lot of these kids haven't been training for exceptionally long.
I mean,
That just goes to
Robert,
show
for
the-
instance, is 12 or 13 years old.
Right.
I mean, how long can he have been training?
So
And
the
I mean,
rate of development is real.
Yeah, and he already matched his squat PR in his opener. So really excited to see where he goes from there. Preston with a 100-kilo opener. We are into the 100-kilo mark now for the rest of our flight. 220 pounds for the U3 lifter. And it's a good lift.
All right, coming up to the bar now is Mr. Rowan O'Malley. He's going to open up with 231 pounds. As of right now, it looks like Rowan is going to be attacking as many of the records as humanly possible for this meet here. Rowan's traveled thousands and thousands of miles to get here in order to try to get one of the biggest accomplishments in all of USA powerlifting, the biggest total for an individual under 12 years old in Federation history.
Phenomenal job. And I mean, you can just tell how he came out to his opener. He was already keyed up. He was already locked in. And that moved great for him. 105 kilos, already a squat PR.
All the
for
way
young
down
man.
to the brace. That was, I mean,
At 10 or 11 years old, he is heat up, and I'm excited to see him break that record, set history today. Again, he's aiming for the heaviest total under 12 years old. I believe that is a family member of either Rowan or Isaac coming up. And speaking of Isaac, 130 kilos.
286 biscuits. Now, Adriana and I commentated together for high school nationals basically the entire time. And there were some high school kids that we saw even struggle with this weight.
Yeah, so to be doing this as a youth lifter just kind of shows his future in the sport, his potential.
Oh my
Bury
goodness.
it.
See, now this is what I was talking to earlier about the platform maturity of a lot of these lifters. They come with a certain finesse to their technique that you really only see for seasoned lifters in the junior open category. And again, to see this in kids under 13.
We're seeing it at younger and younger
And
ages
younger.
every year. Every year we see the game level up. We see totals go higher, records broken. It just gets more and more competitive, and it's super exciting to see the development of the sport trickling down all the way to the youth division.
Coming up for his next attempt, Mr. Bentley Del Vecchio. Going for 99.21 pounds. Almost 100, but you know what? I'm going to call it 100 for Mr. Bentley here.
Basically 100. All right, they had
so we
the
had
wrong
a
lifter come out.
Yep.
Good thing that they caught that mistake.
Here's Bentley.
And that can happen because sometimes these lifters are going to be taking different jumps between attempts, and that can switch up the order because the bar within each round, so within all the first attempts, all the second attempts, the bar is always going to be a rising weight. He buried that squat.
All right, up next is Mr. Connor Hobson. Going to take the same weight, but just a little bit lower on the rack height here.
Yeah, now I can understand where that mistake happened, where the wrong lifter came out, because they both had the same attempt.
All right, now we've got Mr. Connor.
Connor's in our Youth 1 division, so either 8 or 9 years old.
Beautiful, beautiful deep squat there. The little wave to the head ref. I love that. that made me really happy. I enjoy that. All right, up next is Mr. Trey Aitken. 50 kilos, so 110 pounds even.
Trey's hailing out of Georgia, so didn't have to travel too far. And this is going to be a 2.5 kilo squat PR for the young man.
On his second attempt.
Yeah, on his second attempt. So we'll see how he handles it, see how he moves this. I would say fairly well.
Gosh. And that's one thing kind of we were alluding to a little bit earlier, is that we might not see any all-out attempts. Like, we might not see
We've seen a couple
full
of grinders, but it's not going to be as common.
Right, it's not going to be quite as common, only because, like we said, these kids are young. They don't, going super, super heavy and having them grind like that is not going to be beneficial for their development. And you want to be sure that they have plenty of energy left for the whole rest of the meet. I know me, as an older lifter, if I give my all for squat, I am tanked for the rest of the meet. And it's even more so for these youth lifters, because they need that energy and they need that speed, from a mental standpoint even.
And you kind of see that from both ends of the spectrum, too, from our youth lifters and also from our older masters lifters. Sometimes you'll see them hit attempts, and perhaps it doesn't look like they're going all out. For instance, Charles there just smoked his second attempt with 70 kilos. And perhaps in an older division, like junior or the open division, you might say, whoa, he's leaving way too much in the tank. They need to push it further. But again, these are kids. As long as they're getting this national level experience, this platform experience. Let's just have fun out here. Let's build that experience, build up the mindset of making attempts so that they can later on mature into just a mature athlete, not going all out, not putting load on the bar that they know they're not going to hit.
Right.
Just building a really good mindset. And that's what I like about watching youth lifting too. I mean, their form, their attempts, it's really great to see.
The platform energy too is what gets me. It's primarily all smiles.
Yeah.
And it's all fun.
Yeah,
on that
it's a
platform.
fun time. Oh man. And Robert, kind of the opposite of leaving too much in the tank. That might have been too big of a jump there, 10 kilos for him.
And
Just
10
looked
kilos
like-
is sizable. That's about 22 pounds. For
Yeah,
those of you at home.
especially at his body weight, at the actual attempt lifted. 10 kilos is a sizable percentage of Robert's body weight. He's competing in the 56 kilo division. He is going to opt to repeat that weight. It didn't look like a misgroove. It could have been. I mean, you never know with these youth lifters, given that they're not as experienced. Hopefully he comes back and smokes it.
There's Preston Finacchio. 231 pounds on the bar for him. I enjoy watching lifters that squat and they stare directly at the referee. That's one of my favorite things to see. It's going to be a good lift for him. 2-1. He did get one call on the side there for depth. Looks like Mr. Cordero gave him that call. Let's see.
Let's see how this looks on the replay. And he did get a depth call from the opposite hip.
All right, up next is Mr. Rowan O'Malley. Now, Rowan, like we said earlier, he's going for the mega total here. So Rowan O'Malley's going to start us off, or not start us off, but carry the train, carry the energy, 244 pounds. Oh my gosh, this kid's locked in, ladies and gentlemen.
Fired up at a young age.
He's got more platform energy and more platform presence than most older pro folks that I know. This is fantastic. Look at this brace here. Perfect brace. Oh my goodness. Look at this
That was a
kid.
great second attempt. Oh yeah, and he nods
Oh.
with confidence. I love that.
I'm here for it. Rowan O'Malley.
2-1. It's a great lift for him. Let's see this replay here with Rowan O'Malley. And that
Wow.
big total that he's going to have to beat is 300.5 kilos. That is his mission for today. That is his goal. And he's starting off strong thus far.
Now, you thought the craziness ended there. It does not. Isaac Pitts, he's going to take 308 pounds for a
Crazy.
second squat attempt, a 10-kilo jump.
And he is in the 67.5 kilo division, but he weighed in way under that, almost 4 kilos.
This is way more than double body weight here.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of room to go and grow in the class. And again, these are youth lifters, so they've got many, many years to grow and develop. They're likely going to move up 2, 3, maybe even 4 weight classes throughout their time in the sport. But this is a great start for Isaac Pitts.
Wow.
Buried it. Phenomenal form for Isaac.
That's good form. That's real good form. 3 by lights.
Yeah, and sometimes based off of the form that certain lifters have, you can kind of tell if they're a newer lifter, if they're less experienced. But Isaac, it's difficult to tell. I mean, his form just looks very clean, straight up and down. No question on depth there.
A lot of these kids are very true to this. They are not new to this. Here's Bentley Del Vecchio lying in weights.
Bentley going to be attempting to go 3 for 3 in the squat event, 52.5 kilos for his final attempt, about 115 pounds.
Technical controller had to make sure that the singlet was actually not touching the knee sleeve. That is one of the technical rules going on the platform. Singlet can't touch the knee sleeves. It's hard when the knee sleeves are kind of big like that, but wow.
Fight that Bentley put in. Really great fight from him.
I wouldn't even say that was a fight. That was more just like he actually struggled a little bit for the first time.
He just had to put in a bit of work, but it was still really good call there. starting off really strong with a 7.5 kilo squat PR. His second meet ever, and he buried
He
that.
absolutely buried it.
Hamstrings were
Any
touching
deeper
calves.
and he'd be in China.
Really excited to see how he does the rest of the meet. I mean, starting off strong with a great final call for his third attempt, going 3 for 3 in the squats. Trey trying to do the same thing. Look good on speed there. And the judges say it was a good lift.
All right, here comes Mr. Connor Hobson. We do have the right rack height for him this time. Connor Hobson going up 10 kilos all the way up, so 35, 45, and now we are at 55 kilos, 121 pounds.
Connor is our lone Youth 1 lifter in the second flight. But it doesn't show. He moves that third attempt with speed, and it's a good lift, 3 white lights. And he took big jumps, too, 10-kilo jumps across the board from his first to second and second to third. Ending off with a over body weight squat, just about body weight.
Give a quick shout out to our spotters and loaders there, making sure that that bar is getting loaded correctly and as fast as possible for our lifters. Here comes Mr. Charles Dolina.
This is Charles's second meet ever. 75 kilos for his final attempt. Previous best squat was 65 kilos. Wow. And he looked like he had another 10 kilos in the tank there.
Way more than that. Oh, my goodness.
Great job.
All right, we've got Mr. Robert Godinez coming up next, followed by Mr. Preston Finacchio, Rowan O'Malley, and then Isaac Pitts. It's going to be our last squatter for this flight. And folks, we've got one more flight after this, so don't go anywhere. All right, now.
Robert looks keyed in. You can see in his face.
He did miss that last attempt, so we'll see if he's able to dig deep for this one. Oh, my goodness.
I almost thought he was going to be able to
Had me in the
fight through
first
it.
half. Had me in the first half, not going to lie. That's okay. He still comes away with smiles, and that's what we want to see, you know. I mean, myself included, if I miss a lift, I come off not feeling all that great.
I come off crying sometimes.
Yeah. But, you know, the way to keep that mindset, you know, that puts you in a great position going into bench and deads, especially since bench 2 is one of the more, I would say, mentally taxing lifts, just in terms of setup and rules and everything else.
Yeah, and if you're in a situation there as a coach, like I would definitely tell my lifter, hey, you've got 1 attempt on the board. You cannot, you know, think too much. You can't overthink that you miss your second and third attempts. You've got to move on, focus on bench, leave the squats behind. Just think of the silver lining, which is that, hey, you got in that first attempt. You're not going to risk bombing out of the meet.
One of the things my dad taught me very, very early on in baseball, and I take this to powerlifting even more so, is you got to have a short memory.
Yeah,
you got to have a short memory, especially when things are not going exactly your way. Let's say you miss a lift or things aren't feeling great and you got to adjust some numbers. Forget it. That lift happened. Those lifts happen. Have a short memory and focus on the next one. That's all powerlifting is. And speaking of powerlifting being all it is, here's Roman O'Malley. This is 253 pounds for Rowan O'Malley.
Lets out a scream. He is ready for this final attempt.
Oh,
4
man,
kilo
I'm
jump.
amped with him. We see his dad in the corner there, or his coach, don't want to assume, but his handler in the corner there giving him all the cues he needs.
Gets that brace set.
Wow, dude.
Yes, and that was a perfect call for Rowan's final attempt.
Wow.
3
3
for
white
3,
lights.
Starting the day off super strong, en route for his mission of the day to break the heaviest total as a lifter under 12 years old in USAPL history. Let's see this replay, just how composed he is, even if he's under 12 years old. Great job from Rowan there. And the excitement continues.
I'm saying we can hear them shouting all back here. I want to join.
Yeah, I mean, it is great to see this level of hype from these lifters that are so young. They're going to continue that as they develop into the sport. Isaac Pitts could become a household name in 5-10 years. Let's see him hit.
Oh, I'm going to give him less than that.
147.5. 325 pounds.
Wow.
And again,
wow.
Another perfect call for that final attempt.
And I want you to compare that squat technique to about 90% of the competitors in the open division. Technically.
Perfect.
Look at that, dude. Technique didn't falter one bit on the way up. That is what you call
legit
patience.
Goes straight up and down. He doesn't get pulled out of position at any point. The fight comes, and Isaac was ready for it. Again, showing, even at such a young age, the platform maturity that him and so many other lifters that we see today have, like Rowan, Mong. We had some lifters earlier break American records. Just great lifting from these youth lifters, and we are rolling straight into our final flight of squats for the entire youth nationals. Flight E, Constantine is going to start us off with 15 kilos.
I love the name Constantine. I think it's just such a name that demands respect. Well, Constantine, we absolutely respect you and your efforts. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You would not be on one of the highest stages in all of powerlifting.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at his face. He is so
He's locked in.
He's keyed in for this. Let's see him start off strong, get this opening attempt. All right, the speed looked well. Let's see what the judges say. I believe there could have been some up and down motion. And there it is.
I think I also saw a little bit of a double bounce at the bottom there, which isn't, I mean, yes, it is a red light, but it's not something that you inherently have to change going into the later attempts, only because a lot of times it's very fluke, it's very, instinctual. And so knowing how that weight moves now, I have no doubt Constantine's going to be on the board.
Yeah, it wasn't an attempt that was super worrying based on strength. Sometimes you see lifters come out and completely fail their opening attempt. So Constantine has elected to just repeat that attempt, and I like that call. You have seen success with lifters in previous flights, and even in the last session, decide to go up anyways after missing their opener. Constantine, he's in our youngest division in Youth 1, so I really like that call to repeat it. I have no doubt he's going to get it on his second.
Joseph absolutely buries his attempt as well. 3 wide lights.
Almost had a little bit of a pause there at the bottom as well.
And I think that's might have what happened to Constantine there. I think he was waiting for like a pause or like an up command, if you will.
And they're so young. They're going to have mistakes.
Oh, my gosh.
This.
I mean, I was perfect when I was 8 years old, but not everybody can be.
We can't hold everyone to that standard.
Absolutely.
I mean, come on.
Here's Mr. Xavier Keck, 132 pounds. So if you see this young lad in a normal commercial gym, your Planet Fitness, your crunches, and he's squatting a plate, he doesn't need your help, I promise. He can load it and squat it and put it back all by himself.
Xavier, another one of our lifters. This is his second meet ever on the national stage, opening up with just 5 kilos under his best squat.
And another pretty squat as well. A lot of these kids are very, very technically sound, which is something that I harp on, especially since I coach a lot of newer lifters, a lot of true rookies. Technique over anything is going to hold us.
It's crucial. Especially at this age, they're just getting into the sport. You need them to have that strong baseline of both technique and strength.
Want to build those good habits early.
Yes, definitely. I mean, some of their squats look way better than mine, honestly.
They look a lot more confident in their squats than I do, so that's one thing. Here's Mr. Paul Koch, if I'm not mistaken, related to Henry Koch, possibly?
Oh, and Paul unfortunately had to re-rack the weight, so he got that replaced command from the chief referee. I wasn't exactly sure what it was for. Perhaps his knees were not fully locked out. But he showed composure there. I mean, you're expecting a squat command. It's your opening weight. You're likely very nervous, and you get a replaced command.
And the
instead.
bar's already on your back.
Yeah, and that's difficult mentally. And Paul, I mean, it looked like nothing happened. He showed a lot of composure.
Bars loaded next for Mr. William. We'll see if he can't deck this squat. I tried. Here's William Decker. This is 275 for an opening attempt.
Yeah, we're jumping up big here, and we're only a little bit less than halfway through the flight. And he made that first attempt fly. 2 to 1, it's a good lift.
All right, coming up next is Mr. Robert Cecchio. And this is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, our first American record attempt for this session. We've had a couple state record attempts at this point, but now we're getting into the American record level. This is 303 pounds
First
for
opening
Robert.
attempt.
Yeah.
And that is one of the perks, one of the benefits of competing on the national stage, is that you're able to set those national records. With these records, we want to have a standard, so you're going to have at least national level or higher referees in the chairs. And that was one of the fastest records I've ever seen.
That was one of the fastest squats
records.
in general that I've ever seen. Let's take a look at that.
I'm really excited.
That was even fast for the replay.
It looked like a warm-up. I'm really excited to see where he ends the day in the squat event by his third attempt.
And I was talking to Kevin a little bit in the last session where when you're doing your openers and you're doing those first attempts and even getting into your second attempts, you don't want those to be all-out efforts. You want those to be pretty sub-maximal, not for nothing, because in essence, you're still warming up, really, for that third attempt. And so having a light enough opener can only set you up well. Now, if you open heavy, you can't go much further going into that third.
Yep, I've seen many lifters get caught up in, hey, I want to open at this heavy weight so that I can end off higher, or I want to be later in the flight. Speaking of heavy openers that didn't look heavy, Hunter opening up, he just finished his first attempt with 150 kilos, starting off super strong again. With these openers, we're not going to be anticipating super big grinds, big fights. These kids are opening up high, but also really strong, leaving lots of room to grow for their second and third attempts. And again, I see so many lifters in older divisions, in the open division, junior division, get caught up in opening at a weight that, frankly, they shouldn't be. A weight that's way too heavy, and like you alluded to, leaves them no room to grow. And I mean, having an opener that you can make fly, like the previous two lifters did, just gives you so much more confidence. Kind of gets that first lift out of the way, get those nerves off. James with another fast opener at 157.5 kilos. 347 pounds.
Beat me to it, Adriana. Good job. And I believe that's our heaviest squat of the day. I believe that was our. Oh, we're still going up in weight.
That was our heaviest squat of the day, and we have
one more. Ashton Bruner going to take our actual heaviest squat of the day thus far. 401 big ones, ladies and gents. Our first 400-pound lift of the Youth National Championship here in Greenville, South Carolina.
Pounds. I haven't lifted that in my many years of lifting, and Ashton, as a youth lifter, is going to be opening with it.
I remember
I'm
my
excited to see how this moves.
Dude, yeah. I remember my very first year in high school. I was 13 years old. That was my first ever brush with actual weightlifting. And I'd be lucky if I could pick up the bar without hurting anything, you know? And these kids are already doing 400 plus pounds. And not only that, he's an 82 and a half. He's not a huge body weight lifter, so this is insane. This is 220 pounds above body weight for him.
Oh my gosh.
Golly.
That form was impeccable, and that was already an American record for him to be opening up with.
He is going to be one of those household names that we're going to see in the next few years. I guarantee it. Watch this, folks.
Form on Ashton, how he is just built to squat. It just goes straight up and down. His chest almost vertical with how upright it is. Has no problems with positioning. He can take a big jump from there.
He really could. I mean, and he's already, like you said, he got that record on that opener, and so he's got all the room in the world to keep going up. Folks, I like being wrong, okay? And I'm wrong once again. This is the heaviest squat of the competition. Mr. Carson Franca, 473 pounds for an American record attempt, 110 kilos.
And you know what? This is already a 7.5 kilo PR for the youth lifter. Oh, wow.
That is going to be a no lift, unfortunately, for Def. Let's check that replay here. Let's see if we can't get the hip crease.
I can see it's borderline. It's right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing with this meet, these national level meets. The standard's going to be higher.
Right.
I mean, the referees, they don't care who you are. They don't care if it's a record. They don't care if you're a youth lifter or a master's lifter. We are aiming to uphold this standard across all age divisions, across all attempts, from openers to third attempts. And, yeah, unfortunately for Carson, he is going to opt to repeat that weight, which I really like that call. It'd be a little bit silly to go up, given that he is going to have to sink it maybe an inch or two more to get that hip crease below parallel with the knee.
And kind of tagging, piggybacking along with that, referees aren't out to give bad lifts,
No,
right?
of
That's
course
that's a super important distinction that I want to make here. Is if you're a referee on the platform, your goal is not to give out red lights. When I first started refereeing, which was this year, I've learned that every lift is good until it isn't, right? And so if you're under the assumption that a lift is good,
Man, and with
Oh, no, what happened
Constantine,
there?
he jumped the squat
did he
command.
jump the squat command again? Oh, poor kid.
And you can kind of see on the face of his handler there, he knew that he jumped it. I think he just got a little excited. And
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. I mean, this
I don't
is
blame him.
really exciting for these lifters. And for Constantine, he is going to have to come back and hit that on his third attempt, or else he will not be able to register a total for the meet. So we're hoping he can key it. I imagine they're just going to repeat the weight again, lock that in for the third attempt. He's clearly got the strength for it.
All right, here's Joe coming up now, 93 pounds on the bar. I know to call him Joe because it looks like his handler has a shirt with his name on it and a bunch of pictures. I like that.
And this is
Love
a
the support.
big jump here. 17.5 kilos.
I think he was good for it, though. Oh, yeah.
He was more than good for it.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Excellent work, Joseph.
And that could have been a bit of a method there to say, hey, let's have an opener that is super, super light, just so you lock that in. You're not going to risk being disqualified from the meet by not being able to get a squat in. It's a useful strategy, especially in lifters that are a little more volatile. Youth lifters, we see that sometimes with equipped lifting.
Volatile, I like that word. Unpredictable. Here's Xavier Keck. Very calm, very intentional about his walkout, which we appreciate.
Yeah, even with his form, he's
A little bit of a
very
pre-hinge,
intentional.
too.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Xavier, a little bit of a pre-hinge there. 2-1. That is going to be a good lift.
I believe the side referee might have thought that he jumped the rack command, maybe a bit too quick with it. But two of the referees agree that it's good. Majority rules, he gets that lift in.
Here's Mr. Paul Koch. It's another thing, too, you look at the different reactions, the different energies that these lifters bring from behind the curtain that we're so grateful that we get an angle of now. You know, you see some lifters that are super amped, super excited, dancing around, and then you've got other lifters like Paul or Rowan O'Malley earlier on that are just super locked in.
Paul really showing his composure there.
Golly, 3 white lights.
And I cannot say enough times just commending these lifters on having that platform maturity. I mean, Paul in his opening attempt had to re-rack that weight, but it didn't look like it affected him at all mentally. Took that 7.5 kilo jump and moved it super well for his second attempt.
We are just moving the weight on up, ladies and gentlemen. We're now into the 300s. 314 pounds
Big
for
jump.
Mr. Bill Decker. Bill, William, I apologize for giving you a nickname that you probably don't go by, but Mr. Decker, 314 pounds. Now, if you see William in a commercial gym, your Crunch or your Planet Fitnesses with 3 plates on the bar,
As a kid.
I don't even know if he'll need you to spot him. I don't even know, but we'll see how this looks here.
Yeah, he did take a big jump. That unrack looked very positive. It looked light. Let's see how he moves it.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
an empty barbell.
He's got a lot of room.
A lot of room. Coming up next, Mr. Robert Cecchio.
We've got yet another American record attempt. Robert, 147.5. 325. Look how keyed in he is. You can see it.
Right
in
now,
his
I'm winning
demeanor,
the
in his
staring
eyes.
contest. Yep, I won. You just blinked.
He is focused up. And that can be difficult. I mean, you've got a camera in your face. Whenever that has happened to me, I get kind of nervous.
I get nervous.
You know,
I'm like,
but,
oh, what do I do with my hands?
But yeah, he is focused in on getting this American record, locking it up on his second attempt.
And this is an American record for the Youth 3 division in the 75 kilo weight class.
This could have been a big goal for him coming into this meet.
Wow.
Phenomenal. I mean, it looked like an opener.
I
Looked like a warm-up, honestly. Great job from Robert.
These kids continue to astound me. They do.
Yeah, and that was already a big squat PR from him, over 20 kilos. Again, just showing the newbie gains that these lifters have. I mean, they're so young. They're likely just getting into the sport. Robert, for instance, has only been competing since last year. A bit over a year. That's a lot of experience for some of these lifters.
That's more experience than most, if not all, of
The youth
older
lifters here at
competitors
this
have.
competition. Yeah, right. I mean, we're seeing the sport grow more and more each day, seeing more lifters get into the sport. These are some big squats. James Morrow.
363. This is what I squatted yesterday.
165 kilos.
And he probably made it look easier than I did. But was it to depth?
Yeah, I wanted to wait for the judge's decision on that.
So it looks like Eric over there on that. Actually, I'm not sure if that was Eric that threw that card, but there was 1 red light, 2 white lights. Like we said, majority rules. So as long as you have 2, you are good. Here's Hunter Maccabee. Taking the same weight. But they are making sure that the... Oh. This is Hunter.
Good catch. Hunter hailing out of South Carolina, so didn't have to travel too far. 165 kilos. Already hit a big PR with his opening attempt, now jumping up 15 kilos. And his opener absolutely flew, so I want to see how this weight moves as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Almost just as fast. No, unfortunately.
That's going to be 2-to-1 on depth.
Yep, and from our camera angle there, we did not get to see how the depth looked, but we are going to see on this replay right now. I can see it.
Right at borderline.
Reminder
Yep.
that that hip crease has got to get below parallel with the knee. So unfortunately, that's why you saw the red cards from the side referees there. And I just looked at LiftingCast and see that he has already opted to just repeat that weight, try to get a bit lower on his third and final attempt. Hopefully he can get that in, because otherwise he is leaving. I mean, strength was clearly no issue. He would be leaving a good bit of kilos on the table there. But hopefully he can come back and hit it. And now Ashton Bruner jumping up to 192.5 kilos.
424 pounds.
Yet
Let's say that again,
another
folks.
American record attempt.
424 pounds.
Yeah, that was a great second attempt.
Now, you know what? I peg he'll probably go 440. I think 440 to 451 would be solid jumps there.
That's a big milestone for lifters of any age.
Oh, yes.
Let alone a youth lifter.
Let's see, he went 82, went up to 10.5. We'll see if he puts in anything 200 or above, then technically I'm right. So we'll see what happens. We're waiting for that call there.
And now Carson Franca coming up really fired up for this second attempt, having to repeat his opener, missed that first attempt based on not squatting deep enough. Got 3 red lights, so we'll see if he can sink it just a bit lower to get this in. It looked better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It looked better, and it looked just a bit harder because he sank it a little more. And there it is, 3 white lights for him. Great job to keep your composure. Don't panic. Come back. He clearly had the strength for it. Just had to sink it a little bit lower to meet the referee's standards.
Yep.
And it cannot be overstated. That is not too far from 500 pounds, 474 pounds for Carson.
At 13.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
All right, now here's Mr. Constantine Elliott. Now, the past 2 attempts, he did squat a little bit too early. We did miss that start command. So let's see if Mr. Constantine can lock in for this one. He looks like it. He looks ready to go.
He's focused.
Handler is ready to go. And they did have to switch out the bars for him, so he is on the youth bar. He's our only lifter in this flight that is using the youth bar. All right, so here we go, Constantine. Let's wait and see here. Take your time.
He's just got to wait for that command.
There it is.
Waits. He has to wait again.
There it is.
Looks good to me.
Put him on the board. 2-to-1. He makes
By
it.
the skin of his teeth.
He is on the board. He makes it.
One more red light, and that would have been disaster, but he is able to get that in. Let's see what the depth looks like. Okay, I can see the borderline.
So,
and it was from this side that he got a depth call.
Exactly right. Yep, that right hip. And it is possible, folks, that when you do squat, one hip is higher than the other. That's just the human body. And so his right hip was a little bit lower, so we got a white light for that side. But Mr. Cordero obviously saw not depth from the other side, so that's a red on that side.
And, I mean, just hats off to Constantine being able to keep that composure. Again, he's in our youngest division, Youth 1, 8 or 9 years old. And he was able to keep the composure, come back, and hit that on his third attempt to be able to mitigate bombing out from the competition.
Here's Joe.
Very
with a
deep
big
squat.
132.
And again, he took another big jump there, 17.5 kilos, and it pays off 2-to-1. It's a good lift for Joseph.
Up next is Mr. Xavier Keck, 154 pounds. So if you're in a powerlifting gym, ladies and gentlemen, or if you're in a strength-specific gym, this is 1 red on the bar. Mr. Xavier is about to squat a red for his last attempt.
Yeah, and with his attempt selection here, he took a little bit of an unconventional route to this. Took a 2.5 kilo jump to his second attempt. Maybe the first attempt just felt a little bit wonky, and then he's taking a 7.5 kilo jump now. So this would be a 5-kilo PR for Xavier in his second meet ever on the national stage. Let's see him hit this. Get that pre-hinge going. Looks like he locked it in.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, very clean attempt from him.
2 to 1.
2 to 1. It's a good lift. And again, we've got these higher level judges here. This isn't going to be the level of a local meet. We're stepping it up. At a local meet, you can have state referees. I mean, any referee can ref a local meet, but typically it's going to be filled with state referees, some national referees. But at the national level stage, you've got to be a national level or higher referee. So that is where perhaps you'll see a little bit more calls like that. These referees are going to be more experienced with calling those lifts that are a little bit closer in depth or in other sorts of infractions. Again, just putting these lifters to maintain that high standard that we hold in USA powerlifting.
You know, I wonder if all of our lifters that are just going absolutely just burying their squats, going all the way down to the underworld, I wonder if they're making it exactly.
That looked like a really good squat there.
I wonder if that's making it a little bit more interesting for our referees to try and decide between depth. Do you think that might have an effect? I haven't refereed on the national stage yet, but you have. So what do you think that might look like?
I mean, it definitely could. If you, I mean, you are trying to judge each lift objectively in its own, like not try to compare a lifter's third attempt to their second attempt, but we do have human bias. If a lifter comes out to their opener and it is if they're squatting very high or if it's very close on depth, then perhaps you are looking a little bit closer on their following attempts. But if a lifter comes out to their opener, buries it, it kind of makes a statement, shows the judges that, hey, you don't have to question my lifts. For instance, Robert there.
My gosh.
Very clean squat. Buries it. I have no question there that that's going to be a good lift.
Another super fast American record attempt.
Yeah, that was American record attempt. Successful American record for Robert.
And now one thing you'll notice too, he's a high bar squatter, right? And with high bar squatters, it's very, very common for our core and our upper body to kind of become hunched over or maybe become a little bit too bent over on the way up.
He kept his form.
Not
there.
Robert.
Yeah.
Not Robert. That was a phenomenal example of bracing and maintaining patience within your technique under the bar. Here's William Decker now, 352 pounds. Another empty bar looks like for Mr. William.
Yeah, it slows down a bit towards the top, but not too much for him. Took some big jumps, and he still had room left in the tank. And that's a method that some lifters use, taking those big jumps, and it conserves energy. I mean, if you're opening up super heavy and having to take 2.5, 5-kilo jumps, especially at the kind of weight that William is taking, then that's going to use up a lot of energy throughout the day. By the time you get to deadlifts, you're gassed. Whereas for William, he took those big jumps. So on his first and second attempts, it kind of looked like openers, or kind of looked like warm-ups even. So he's able to conserve a lot of energy there, but still walk away with a good final attempt at 160 kilos.
Now, Hunter McAbee's coming up next. He did miss his second attempt on depth. He got depth call, if I'm not mistaken, from both of our side referees. So good call there from Coach Fleming to try and, or to go to retake that weight. So here's 165, 363 pounds. That looked good on depth to me.
And it did slow down a little bit.
Let's
see what the judges say.
2 to 1, good
That's
lift.
all you need. And I mean, as the weight gets heavier, sometimes it's just body's instinct to cut it a little bit higher. But yeah, that looked a lot better from Hunter on the depth there. Great job to maintain composure, come back on his third, and pick up those extra 15 kilos.
James Morrow coming up next, 374 pounds. 170 kilos. Very strong walkout here. Man is locked in.
No knee sleeves.
Now, I wonder if that was a hair high. I wonder if that was just a bit high. Again, we're only seeing the front view here. And unfortunately, it is going to be high from all three angles there.
Let's see on this
try
replay
again.
how this looks.
Yeah, you can kind of see it there. And it's tough to see, too, as well, because you've got the elbows there, which makes it tough for our referees to get that super accurate picture. But even still, you can almost see, behind the elbows there that it wasn't just quite low enough there.
And I mean, that's why we have, again, these experienced referees. They all three agreed that it wasn't deep enough. And again, we have to uphold that standard. But James is still going to walk away with 165 kilos from his second attempt. Only took a 5-kilo jump, so not leaving too much on the table there.
And folks, we're coming up on our last 2 squatters for this session for the 2024 USA Powerlifting Youth National Championship. And boy, are these going to be some big squats, ladies and gents. Ashton Bruner going for his 3rd American record attempt. And I was right. He did go to 440 pounds. Ooh, I'm good.
This is a big milestone here.
I am good.
Again,
200 keys.
Yeah, 441 pounds. Going to be yet another American record for Ashton.
What did he weigh in at? You have a better view of that. So he's in the 82.5 kilo weight class.
Only weighed in at a bit above 78 kilos. So he's still got plenty of room to grow in that class. Potentially could move up to the 90 or 100 kilo class as he grows even further into his teenage years and his junior years. Let's see him hit this big milestone.
Oh, dang it. I jinxed it. I really did. I really did. Don't listen to me. You could have gone 2.5 keys lower. You don't got to listen to the commentators.
Yeah, and with the type of form that Ashton has, it is very up and down. He is built for squatting where he can be that upright, but sometimes when you see lifters have that form where they kind of dive bomb it and come up, they use that stretch reflex, but oftentimes it can just look easy until it's not. So that's kind of what we see there with Ashton.
And for our last squatter, ladies and gents, Mr. Carson Franca, 501 pounds. This is going to be an American record attempt for the Carson Franca. Here we go. This is for the Raw Youth 3 110 kilo weight class. Ladies and gents, this is our only 500-pound squat thus far. And likely will be our only 500-pound squat of the whole weekend, aside from our equipped guys. Oh, man.
Just a bit too much for him.
Man. But see,
Looks really strong out of the hole, but that sticking point will get you.
And if there's one place you go for that sort of thing, it's youth nationals, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the only place you can really set those American records, and you want to go for it on your 3rd attempts. You want to leave it all on the platform, knowing that you gave it all you had.
Yep, and we are just showing our highlights from the squat event across all of Youth Nationals. So this was from Session 1 as well as Session 2. Many, many American records set. I mean, it was a phenomenal.
For both our men and our women.
Yep. And what I loved about this competition, too, is that there was we had a bit more male lifters, but nearly equal representation.
Absolutely.
From the female to the male lifters. I mean, we had a full session full of our female youth lifters, so that was just wonderful to see.
That's all right. Well, folks, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break while we get set up for the bench press, give our spotters, loaders, and everyone else a quick break. We will see you in about 10 minutes. It is now 1:30, so it's about lunchtime. Go and make sure you get you something to eat so you can sit back, relax, and join us for the bench. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here for the action for the bench press for session 2 of the 2024 USA Powerlifting National Championships. Jackson Johnson is going to start us off here with a 22-pound bench press opener, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is why I really like the inclusion of using the youth bars like we mentioned earlier. This is a 10-kilo bar, whereas with the standard 20-kilo bar, this wouldn't have been able to be attempted. But that looks like a solid opener for Jackson.
And now we saw kind of, with Jackson's bench there, we saw kind of like 3 different segments to that bench. Can you talk a little bit about like what those sections are?
Sure. So with the bench press, with all lifts, you've got to listen for the chief referee's commands, just so every lift is standard across the board. The bench press is considered the most complicated of 3 because you have got 3 commands there. So you've got a full minute to set up once the referee calls bar is loaded. And then once you get set up in the correct position, you have to wait for that chief referee to say start. You bring the bar down, and then you have to wait again for the chief referee to say press, come back up, wait once more for the rack command. So start, press, and then rack. And Jonathan demonstrated there a perfect bench press, 3 white lights, waiting for all 3 of those commands. And that's why it is the most complicated. You've also got to keep points of contact on the bench. You have to keep your butt on the bench, your feet flat on the floor. You used to have to keep your head on the bench, but that rule was changed a few years ago, so just making it a little bit more simpler to referee, as well as the technical committee kind of consider that, hey, your head lifting off the bench isn't helping you that much, so they took that rule out, but you still have to keep your feet flat on the floor, your butt on the bench, and listen for those commands. And your shoulders on the bench.
And folks, if you're looking on the platform here, shout out to Barbell Productions for this fantastic view of the venue here. But if you're looking at the platform now, you see little green boxes underneath the bench press there. And those are for our lifters to assist them in maintaining constant contact with their feet to the ground surface, right? So oftentimes, like we said, these are kids, these are children, and so they're not going to be fully developed. They're not the biggest kids, you know, and so they might need a little bit extra help, a little bit extra length to be sure that they get good leg drive for these benches. And so these boxes are free use for our competitors should they need it. Very good bench there for Caleb Todd.
3 white lights, and he did hit the rack on the way down, but as long as he didn't have any up and down motion, he kept his composure. Even though he hit the rack, I really commend him from that, and he was still able to get 3 white lights. Now, if you were to hit the rack and then go up down on your ascent, then that would be no lift, and similar to the squat, that would be a blue card infraction for the up and down motion. If you see that blue color card under a red light, that can also indicate not fully locked out, again, similar to the squat event. But in the bench press event, being not locked out would indicate that your elbows are soft. So Henry can demonstrate here, his arms are straight, his elbows are locked. Waits for that press command, comes up. Had to put in a little bit of work, but it was still a solid opener for Henry.
And that plays into, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
No, that kind of plays into the different infractions that we might see with the bench press here. So if you are looking at the screen here and you say you have a red dot or a red light, and then you've got a red square underneath that, that is actually meaning that the bar did not come into full contact with the chest during the press. And that's not something you really see often with raw lifters. We may actually see it a little bit on Sunday with our equipped lifters, since that is kind of where that rule originated, and we'll talk more about why that is later on. But the red light is the bar touching the chest. Mark did a great job of that. The blue lights, as you mentioned, are the elbows not being fully locked out or there being any up and downward motion. And then yellow lights, like you said, for squats. They're kind of the same for bench. They're a catch-all, right? So If your feet come off of the ground, they can slide, but if they come off of the ground, that's going to be a yellow card. If the hands move at all on the bar, if there's a miscommand, anything like that, those all encompass the yellow cards.
Yep, and that is why listening to those commands, again, is so important, because in this federation, we do have a pause on the chest, or more so, you have to have the bar motionless before you get that press command. So if you go to a standard commercial gym, you may see a lot of lifters or just people go into the gym, bounce the bar off your chest. But in this federation, we do want to keep the standard of the bench press, the same across all competitors. So implementing that press command allows it so that you've got to have the bar motionless. Some lifters might be able to, if we were to take that out, have a bit more. It just gives them more of an advantage, right? If you don't have to pause at the chest. They could bounce off, get a little ridiculous there with forcing the bar to bounce off the chest, but we're keeping it standard across all lifters.
Here's Mr. Wyatt Sargent going for 32.5 kilos to open us up for his bench press, 71 pounds. Electing to go still for the foot blocks, but a shorter height this time. We do have 2 different heights available for our lifters.
Yeah, and in the older divisions, you'll see a couple lifters here and there use the blocks, but not that much. But youth lifting has a lot of exceptions. It's very different given that these are kids. So you'll see a lot more lifters use those foot blocks, and also, like we've seen in the squat and again in this event, lifters using the lighter bar, the 10-kilo bar.
Right.
And it just allows it to be a little bit more inclusive.
All right, bar's getting loaded now for Jason McArdle. And one thing you'll notice here, folks, there's a big variety of different grips you can use for the bench press. With the squat, we generally, usually only have low bar and high bar. But for the bench, you can kind of put your hands wherever you want, so long as it's the best position for you, right? And a caveat for that is, these are kids, so they may not have that perfect form yet, and they are not fully developed in their bodies, so there's that caveat. But to provide you the best advantage within the constraints of the rules, you can put your hands wherever you want, so long as your index finger does not go outside the smooth ring on the bar, okay? As long as all of your fingers, or as long as you have your index finger at least on that smooth ring, you can have your grip as wide as that. Is there a rule against having grip like super close?
No, you can have the grip as close as you want.
We call that master grip, but
and you'll
a lot less common.
yeah, and honestly, you'll see a lot more from these youth lifters, as well as, a bit of a hard opener there. Or, excuse me, that was his second attempt for Jackson Johnson, 15 kilos. Unfortunately, that is going to be a no lift. He got a yellow card and a blue card. The yellow card, I wasn't quite sure what it was for, but the blue card,
I could see up and down
yeah,
motion
I think
here.
the referee might have seen up and down. We can see on this replay here. It just wasn't a super clean attempt. I don't know if the bar ever went up down. Now, he could go to the jury on that if his coach decides to.
Now, I was looking to see what they could have given him that yellow light for. It looked like his right foot came off the ground just a little bit. I wonder if that's what they might have given him that yellow card for. Also, the butt coming off the bench, that's a yellow card as well, and we don't have that angle, so.
Yeah, and we actually saw a member of the jury there walking over to the side referees asking what the infraction was for, and that was a big fight there from Henry Koch.
That's going to be up and down. Yeah, that's going to be a
is.
2-to-1
Good eye.
for up and downward motion.
Let's see on this replay.
Right. There.
There, right there.
There.
Yep.
And there. Yep.
Again, just another one of those lifts that was a bit too difficult. That's where it leads to that up and down motion.
Yep.
Some people have vouched for taking away the up and down rule, but again,
I mean, me personally, I wouldn't be mad at it.
It could be debated. It's one of those rules in powerlifting that is debated by a lot of people. I guess the reason that it is still around is that, wow, and we've had some hard second attempts here. 3 misses in a row, unfortunately, from Jackson, Henry, and Jonathan. Jonathan's was the only one out of the 3 that just looked like strength. He could have had a bit of a misgroove here. It might have.
So it looked like it did fade a little bit close to the head there. It started to lean back a little bit. But generally, like we say, off the chest, especially if you have more of a close grip or a closer grip, coming off the chest and it not being able to come off is more towards the strength than it would be for technique.
Logan having to put in some work with that second attempt. He did bring the bar very, very fast down to his chest. We can see in this replay here. Perhaps lost a little bit of control. With our more seasoned lifters and older lifters, you will see a little bit more of a controlled descent. But again, these are kids. I mean, he probably just learned how to bench press within the last 1 year, if that. But he still gets that attempt. 25 kilos for his second attempt. And now Caleb Todd also going to be attempting 25 kilos. And again, with these attempts here, this kind of goes to show the importance of having that youth bar available.
I was watching Caleb's feet there. I wonder if the referees caught it as well, and they did. Yep,
There's
so
that yellow
each
card.
of those, so watch the feet there. Once you get that start command, the feet cannot move.
Yeah, and he had to wait a little bit again for that press command. I mean, again, these kids just learning how to bench press.
Right.
I'm sure I was doing the exact same thing when I first started. They don't have as much of a controlled descent, so if the bar is moving around the chest, that's where you're going to get that longer press command, and it can make the lift a lot more difficult than you might be used to in the gym.
Right.
Mark, on the other hand, had a really controlled touch at the chest, so he got
And
that
a big celebration
press
for the
command.
state record there.
Yeah, I loved that out of Mark.
That put a smile on my face. Wow,
And
I
let's
love
watch
youth
his
lifting.
descent here. Just the way he's able to get motionless so fast gave him that much quicker press command than his fellow competitors got.
And now, is there a certain advantage between like having that super, super soft touch or having like, kind of like what we
Like a
saw
sinking
Caleb Todd
motion.
earlier, having that super fast descent?
I mean, again, it's one of those things that comes down to lifter preference. We do see some older lifters in the open or the junior age division have that super fast descent, but they're able to control it to be able to get that press command as fast as possible. And now Wyatt here, unfortunately we're having a lot of misses in this round of second attempts.
Not sure what that call was, but it was red light, yellow card across the board.
It could have been a jump command, or it could have been feet lifting off the ground.
Yeah.
Again, the bench press is just the most technical out of the 3, a lot considered, just because there is a lot to look for. And again, these are kids. They have to keep a lot of things in mind in regards to their feet being flat on the floor, their butt staying in contact with the bench.
When I
waiting
was
for that
11,
press command.
When I was 11, the only thing I focused on was what Lunchable I was having the next day, not can I keep my butt on the bench.
Not waiting for the
Right,
which, I
right.
mean, we see even much older lifters jump that press command. So
All right.
sometimes it's hard to get kids to listen.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I've coached a few of them. It's tough. But if nothing else, youth lifters are some of the most rewarding. I mean, you can just tell, ladies and gentlemen, by the
this is
celebrations.
teaching them life skills, like staying disciplined, honing in on techniques, sticking with something for a long time. Powerlifting is really a sport where, yes, these lifters are having those extreme newbie gains, but they still have to stay patient. They still have to stay disciplined in what they're doing to continue powerlifting.
Here's Jamison for his second bench attempt. Very high arch there from Jamison. I'm not entirely mad at it. It's going to be a good lift. And we are going to take us back to the very top of the order now. Jackson Johnson.
And it's moving kind of quick. And that is another difference that you're going to have when you're moving up to the national level stage. Oftentimes, these flights will move a bit faster, just given that we're going to have very efficient spotters. The loading, everything's going to be much more efficient. The referees are more experienced. The people at the score table are more experienced. So it can be a bit of a jarring change when you level up to that national stage. So again, just being here is a great accomplishment for all of these kids. Just getting that valuable national experience. So when they're at higher level meets such as collegiate nationals, high school nationals, even open nationals in the far future, then they have this experience to help them keep their composure. Now, Jackson.
I don't know. I think it was good. Yep, it was.
There it is.
3 white lights.
3 white lights. Speaking of keeping that composure, as a Youth 1 lifter, missing that second attempt.
Look right off the chest here.
Yeah, he almost
saw that little
jumped that.
bobble there?
That's why I was hesitant before seeing the referee's calls.
All right, coming up next, Mr. Henry Koch.
Henry's going to be, again, he missed his second attempt, opting to repeat it, coming back to hit this on his third. Going to be trying to take a bit of inspiration there from Jackson. Oh, and it's just a bit too heavy.
Yep. And not even really that. I wouldn't even say that was too heavy. It just looked like once he got off the chest, it started to, again, fall back towards the head, which, in essence, yes, that means there are muscle groups that aren't coming into play there. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't be mad at that miss. I'm not entirely mad at that miss.
He got his opener.
He did get his opener. And only going up 2.5 kilos to the second and then following third, that's going to be not much less off the total there.
Jonathan is fired up. He is determined.
He missed this last one on strength.
Yeah, he's determined to get this. Let's see if he can. Very controlled at the chest.
Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my
Great job
goodness.
from Jonathan
Jonathan Price.
Phenomenal. I mean, just look at the difference here. He brings the bar down fast, but is able to keep that control, get to that motionless phase so fast so he gets that quicker press command, and that can make all the difference. I mean, having to hold your max attempt weight at the chest for even a second or two longer, it can be the difference between missing a lift and making it. So hats off to Jonathan there for keeping his composure, coming back, adding those extra kilos to his total.
And with bench being such a hyper-focused lift in order to succeed, holding that bar on the chest for that extra second takes you, I don't know if it takes anybody else, but it takes me out mentally. Because I'm like, okay, wait, now what's going on? Well, now I'm already checked out of the lift.
Exactly. Caleb, again, another lifter, able to come back on his third attempt and get redemption. Hit that missed second attempt of 25 kilos there. Phenomenal job.
All right, Mr. Logan Keller. 60 pounds loaded up on the bar. We've got coaches Aaron and Bianca in the corner. They're giving him all the praise. Again, Eclipse Powerlifting, one of the stalwart youth teams in the country.
Hailing out of Indiana, this is Logan's second meet ever. Oh.
Looks like that box slipped out.
Yep. Sometimes those boxes, I mean, it can be a very useful tool.
But there's no grip on the bottom of them,
Yeah,
so they're very likely
exactly.
to slide there.
Exactly, and sometimes you'll see the spotters hold down the boxes. But we're going to see Logan keep his composure here, try to get this third attempt. Hopefully that didn't mess him up too much mentally. Wow! Oh my gosh! I don't think it's going to go.
That's going to be a go, yeah.
I think I saw some up-down before.
Oh, yeah, and once the feet
Anyways,
start coming up, it's
done. But, I mean, he fought through it. He has a lot of heart.
He fought through that, my goodness.
Some determination there.
Oh, my goodness. Look at the coaches in the back. See, that's the excitement. That's the energy that I love when you come to Youth Nationals. It's the coaches. It's the excitement. Everybody is rooting for everybody here.
It's a fun time. And that's just another one of the invaluable lessons that powerlifting is teaching these kids at such a young age. Stick to things even if they get hard. And
That's right.
Logan really stuck with that. I mean, he walks away with that 25-kilo second attempt.
As cheesy as it is, you cannot give up. Here's Mark Fleetwood with another state record attempt.
Another big fight. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a little too much for Mark.
And that's a very common thing, especially when you look at youth lifters. When you get to the bench, they're not used to knowing how to cue different musculature, right? They don't know, okay, well, I've got to cue my lats here. Oh, I've got to turn on my triceps.
And they're simply
just
not
benching.
developed, too. Yeah. They're just thinking, all right, bar up and down. So
Exactly.
it's difficult for them to be able to grind through difficult lifts like that. And even with the attempt selection, it can be, I mean, we always say 2.5 kilos can make the world of a difference, especially at these weights that these youth lifters are attempting. That is why we have that rule that says, hey, you can take any 0.5 kilo increment. Let's see, Logan with 35 kilos. He's able to fight
He
through
makes
that.
it, yep. If I'm not
See what the judges
mistaken, I
say?
believe Logan missed his second on commands, but he got that one perfectly well. Yep.
You can see this on the replay. And again, another lifter that had to put in the fight. And we're seeing a lot more of those lifts in comparison to the squat.
And it's a little bit, it's kind of expected once you get to bench, you know, because you are using less total musculature under the bar, and a lot of the force that you're getting is from your legs. And so you don't have that much more to recruit from. So the bench, once you get heavier and heavier, is going to become a lot harder. Here's Wyatt Sargent.
With an American record attempt, and unfortunately, just a bit too much. Still walks away with 35 kilos on the second attempt. And yeah, like you alluded to, bench is just, it's difficult. I mean, that third bench is the most missed lift of any competition.
All right, bars loaded now for Mr. Jamison McCardle. He is locked in, ladies and gentlemen, 121 pounds.
And even with Jamison's setup, you can kind of tell that he's honed in on his technique.
He knows what's up.
Making sure he is in the exact position for his grip to be. Coming down relatively controlled and able to fight through that sticking point as well. 55 kilos for Jamison.
Yep, and that goes kind of what I was alluding to earlier with like the experience of just doing powerlifting meets, and what I was alluding to earlier is that you're seeing a lot of these lifters. If you notice, Jamison here, his elbows kind of fell back towards his head there. That's a very common way for lifters to miss on the bench, especially if they're not as experienced, right?
And it's hard to stick with that too.
Exactly. And so we saw Jamison after that, you know, just a testament to his experience under the bar. When that same situation happened, he was able to cue his lats a lot more. He was able to keep his elbows in front and able to finish that lockout. Bentley Del Vecchio making 55 look super easy.
Yeah, and Bentley, if you see on this replay here, Bentley's head came off the bench. But again, USA Powerlifting got rid of that rule a couple of years back. They decided that, hey, it doesn't give that much of an advantage. So they decided that that's fair game.
That's right.
The only points of contact you've got to keep now are your butt on the bench, your feet flat on the floor, and your shoulders on the bench. Oh, and for
now-
Bentley, actually, unfortunately, that was a no lift. He got yellow cards. He
must be a
perhaps might have
command
jumped
there.
a command or have his foot lifted off the floor.
And here's Connor Hobson, 66 pounds for one of the fastest American records I have ever seen for the Youth 1 56-kilo lifter.
Great job, Connor.
Me personally, if
He doesn't look that excited.
if I go to school the next day
And you say you
and
got
I
an
tell my
American record?
teachers that I got an American record,
That's everything.
if I don't get an A in AP US history, or AP, these kids aren't in high school, if I don't get an A in social studies after that, then
Godspeed.
Godspeed. Here's Trey Aitken, 71.65 pounds.
Bit of a delayed start come in there.
It didn't look like he didn't have his elbows locked. It looked pretty locked to me. I wonder if it was something to do
Could've been
with the feet.
That was my first guess too.
Let's check the replay here.
Yeah, his foot, you can see on his,
Oh, his heels are up. Yep.
his heels were up. And Yeah, and he was able to lock it in, get his feet flat on the floor. And I mean, I remember even my first couple years of competing, I had trouble with having my feet flat on the floor just because I wasn't used to training that way in the gym. So for a lot of these kids, again, they don't have a lot of experience. They probably just started benching very recently. So they might not be used to cueing, driving those heels into the floor.
Right. This is Robert Godinez, 99.21 pounds.
Very controlled descent for Robert. Three white lights, it's a good lift.
Robert trying to gain some momentum back after missing those last 2 squats at 85 kilos. So coming off of the 45 kilo bench here, sets up the momentum well. We'll see what he puts in for his second attempt. Up next, we've got Charles Dolina taking 121 pounds. All right, he comes to the bar now. And we see, if you're watching, we see one of the head spotters there lifting off the bar for our lifters. That's another point of lifter preference that we want to talk about as well. It's called a lift off, right? And it is exactly how it sounds. That back spotter is lifting off the bar for that lifter. And lifters can choose whether or not to have one. Maybe they don't necessarily train with more than one person, so they're not used to having someone take the bar off for them. Maybe they're only used to that. You know, it's completely up to them whether or not they want to use that spotter. But it's important, though, if you are using that spotter, to let them know exactly how you want that lift off. Now, these are kids. They may not exactly know how you want that lift off, so giving a head spotter that knows how to give just solid lift offs across the board is nothing but beneficial for our lifters.
And that can be a method to save some energy too, especially if you're trying to unrack weights that are very close to your maximum attempt.
Or if you're super technical. So here's Rowan O'Malley. If you remember, ladies and gents, he's our lifter that's looking to break the heaviest powerlifting total by anyone under 12 years old in Federation history.
Oh, I think he might have jumped the press command there.
I think he definitely did jump that press command there.
I
noticed
think
it too.
He nosed it on his face, yeah. Unfortunate for Rowan, but I mean, strength was no issue there.
I mean, if he's able to basically do a Spoto press with that, I think he's good. And now Rowan O'Malley, I was talking to his dad a little bit earlier in between squat and bench. They hail all the way from Coventry, England.
Oh my gosh.
They traveled overseas to compete
to try
at
to
this
break
meet.
that total. And I mean, he's going to come back. He ended up increasing his attempt by 2 kilos anyway, so he's going to come out to 60 kilos for his second attempt. I mean, he started off very, very strong in the squat event, already getting a big 15-kilo PR there. So I imagine he comes back, gets his second. He's still on his way to breaking that historic record.
Here's Preston Finacchio.
Big bench here, 75 kilos from a youth lifter in the 56-kilo division. Great opener. 3 white lights for Preston.
We're coming up next on Mr. Isaac Pitts. Now, if y'all remember, he was the one that had that monster 147.5-kilo squat earlier. So now he's going to start us off on bench, 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds.
Well over his body weight, Isaac weighed in at 63.75 kilos.
Oh, yep. I heard that from all the way back here.
I heard that as well. I mean, the speed was there still on his ascent.
And that's technically still white lights
still
because
white lights. Let's watch this replay as the bar goes down. He hits it.
He doesn't hit the post on the way up. That's the big thing. If he hit it on the way up, then it might have been cause for red lights. However, since he hit the racks on the way down and it didn't provide any sort of assistance for that lift, still good.
Completely okay. And that's difficult. I mean, you've got a lot of weight over your chest you're holding. You're not expecting it to.
Oh, yeah, for it to
that
go out
rack.
of groove
You're
like
never
that?
expecting it, yeah. So I've had moments in the gym, on the platform, where I hit that rack and it completely throws me off. So way to go for Isaac for keeping his composure there, not getting panicked, and knowing that he can press that weight no matter what. And for Bentley, great job on that second attempt, repeating 25 kilos from his opening attempt, and able to lock in at least one attempt on the bench press. And it moved pretty well. He just had to keep his composure, make sure that he's following all the commands, keeping all those points of contact. He's able to likely breathe a sigh of relief there. And that kind of leads into our reminder that these lifters, in order to register a total, in order to be valid for any American record attempts, they've got to hit at least one lift in each discipline. Connor Hobson gets the start command with 32.5 kilos. And 3 white lights for him. Has a very mild celebration there.
Trey Aitken with 3 white lights. And that is yet another American record down the drain for our youth lifters.
Phenomenal job here from Trey. Let's see this replay here. Again, just how composed these lifters are at such a young age. Trey is in our youth 2 division, so he's either 10 or 11 years old, and that is going to be an American record in his weight class, which is the 56 kilo weight class.
Here's Robert Godinez taking a very conservative 2.5 kilo jump between first to second here. Slow to the chest, very soft pause, or soft touch there. And as we know, when we get that soft touch, we're going to get a faster press command because it's that much clearer to our judges that that bar is motionless. And so that is a good lift. And now, coming up next here, Mr. Rowan O'Malley is going to retake, or actually he's not retaking, he's going up 2 kilos to 60 kilos. That's 132 pounds. We've got his dad in the corner there, letting him know the tools of the trade. Talking to his dad a little bit. Apparently, Rowan trains 6 times a week. Rowan trains 6 times a week. And he's on track to be a pro rugby player.
Wow.
He's beginning strength. After this, his dad said he wanted to actually, let's see what this is here. Oh, my goodness.
That looked great.
Give him 63 kilos.
That was a good call.
Give him 63.
To go up anyways. Especially given that his mission today here is to go after that big 300.5 kilo total.
Right.
To have the heaviest total in the youth 2 or under category.
Yeah, his dad said once he finishes this meet and he's able to, if he is able to solidify that total, then he's going to transition his focuses to rugby and begin full-time strength and conditioning for that. So
ambitious kid.
This might be our only shot that we get to see Mr. Rowan O'Malley in action on a USAPL stage. Here's Charles Dolina.
He's got very long arms, so he's going to have a very long range of motion there. But he still gets 60 kilos, still moves it very, very smooth.
Coming up next, Mr. Preston Finocchio. Going to take 181 pounds. Coming right behind is Mr. Isaac Pitts. And then we go to the top of the order for our third attempt benches with Bentley Del Vecchio.
Preston just started competing earlier this year. This is already going to be his 3rd meet in the books. And making fast progress at that. He, with this attempt, would already be setting a 12.5 kilo bench PR. I mean, with his opener, he already beat his previous PR of 70 kilos by 5. So just really having a great day thus far. Only missing his third squat, but let's see how he handles this second bench press attempt.
All right, gets that unrack there from the head spotter, Preston Finocchio. Very fast at the chest.
Some work.
Finds a good stick.
Oh my gosh. And I think it's good if he waits for the rack command. I'm not sure if he did.
I don't know that he did.
Let's see.
2-1.
There
It's
it
a good lift.
It was one of those where he was kind of teetering towards the rack, but might have waited at the last second.
Let's watch the end here.
Watch this fight from Preston Finocchio. No up and down motion. The bar comes to a pause. Yeah, and
he kind of held it just a little bit.
It's one of those calls that you can see go either way, but he's able to get those 82.5 kilos on the board.
And that's just good awareness from Preston. I mean, yes, he was a little bit rushed to go into that, but realizing it in the moment and then being able to hold that musculature so you still get that rack command, excellent control. Here's Isaac Pitts, 189 pounds.
Solid, very solid there for Isaac. 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
All right, like I said, we're back to the top of the order now. Mr. Bentley Del Vecchio. Dude, he is ready. You can tell.
You can see in his eyes.
See, he's pacing back and forth. He wants this. All right, Bentley, here we go.
He wants this bad. 25 kilos was his previous best in the bench press. And another one of our lifters that has only competed once before. This is his second meet. Trying to get a 5 kilo bench PR.
Can he get the, oh, no. And that one looked more like a missed groove more than anything. And
you saw the bar start to go forward towards his stomach there. And he kind of knew that he shook his head, indicating for the spotters to get the weight.
And again, that's just experience, right? The more experience you get being on a platform, the more reps you actually do under the bar, you're going to be able to hammer in that technique a lot easier and be able to recreate that easier once you get to the platform. All right, now here's Connor Hobson. This is 74.96 pounds, but just for Connor, we're going to call it 75 pounds even.
Able to get a really fast press command there by getting the bar motionless super fast. Great job for Connor.
I'm going to say that was a very technically sound bench.
And he's in our Youth 1 division as well.
Wow.
Let's see how fast he gets his press command, how fast the bar comes motionless at his chest.
And one of the rules of thumb that I try to teach my lifters is you want to bring it down as fast as you can control it, right? And so if that means you can drop it to the chest and still be able to control it at the chest like Connor did, then bully, go for it. But that's different than dropping it on the chest and then having to regroup, regain your positioning, and all that stuff.
The bar's kind of wobbling around on your chest. That's when you see those longer press commands. And now Trey, similar to Connor, also trying to go 6 for 6 here. It's going towards his face, and it's not going to go.
Like I said, that's one of the more common ways of missing the bench that we'll see with our younger lifters. A lot of times when you're teaching these newer movements to youth lifters or lifters that are kind of just getting into it, you want to solidify that they can do it in general, right? You want to solidify that, okay, they know how to lay on the bench, they know what the motion is, they know how to keep X, Y, and Z in contact.
The technical refinement.
The technical and all that stuff, exactly. It comes a lot later, and it comes often more times with experience and practice under the bar rather than anything you can change technically.
And with muscular development as well. I mean, being able to add that muscle over time as they grow is going to help them become a lot more controlled with their technique. Robert puts in a fight with 52.5 kilos, but it's just going to be too much today.
And with a wider grip, kind of, I was alluding to it a smidge earlier, but with that wider grip, it's going to be a lot harder off the chest, only because you don't have as much. There's a whole bunch of science to it. Basically, the wider the grip is, and it's actually similar to sumo deadlifting. You know, when you have your feet wider for that, the bar is going to be a lot harder to initiate the movement, but lockout and all that stuff is generally a little bit easier. It's a little bit converse case there with close grip benches or conventional deadlifts. You're going to find those sticking points kind of in the midway, right as the triceps start to come into play. Here's Rowan O'Malley looking to add some more to his big total that he's trying to get here, 138 pounds.
All right, and the chief referee is telling him that he has got to make sure that his wrist wraps are not. The exact rule is that, hey, they can't be 2 centimeters over your wrist, right? And that's just so that the wrist wraps aren't touching the bar. Oh, and I believe he might have been called for his thumb loops around the bar as well.
Yep, he's got a thumb loop around his left hand.
And
okay,
it's
well,
too heavy
it's going to be a mislift, yeah.
Yeah, having to come off the platform reset, that might have messed with his mental composure a little bit. I mean, 60 kilos, he did have to put in a little bit of work, but it wasn't crazy hard. But again, at these weights, adding even 3 kilos, that's a big percentage. I mean,
And
that's,
what did you say
5%
that?
or so? Like
What number did you say that all-time total was?
300.5 kilos.
He doesn't
got it in
even
the
need to be
bag.
worried about it. Even with missing 2 of his bench presses and only solidifying 60 on the total, he sits at a forecasted total, including his deadlift opener, of 298 kilos. So as long as he hits that opening deadlift, it's safe to say that total's in the bag.
Yep, yeah. I'll be excited to see that.
Here's Charles Dolina. Once again, another state record attempt bench here.
Very long range of motion.
I don't know that it's going to go, because not only that, his feet came off the bench.
Right.
I don't know if we'll get a replay on that one, but it was right as he started the unrack here. Oh, you can kind of see it here. Right as he gets the start.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Right towards the
And
end
it
there.
could have messed with his leg drive as well, making that lift a lot harder.
Sure.
And
If any of you at home have ever done a normal bench press versus a Larson press where you don't have your feet up, it's a big difference.
lot more
It's a big difference. All right, bars loaded for Preston Finocchio. Going up a conservative 82.5. Hello. Going up a conservative 2.5 kilos from 82.5, excuse me, to 85 kilos. This is 187 pounds.
Another shot of those beautiful TSS plates right there. And yeah, for Preston, his second attempt was very, very difficult. So they opted to just go up 2.5 kilos. If they wanted, they could have gone up half a kilo since we are in that youth division. But they opted to go 2.5. We'll see if he can key in and get this. It's going to be a fight for him. So we'll see how he handles it.
Again, excellent angles by our Barbell Productions team. Shout out owner and proprietor Kevin Lamb in the corner there with our roaming camera. Come on, Preston. That's not going to go, unfortunately. Still, only missing 2.5 kilos on the total is not that.
It's not that
It's
crazy.
nothing to sneeze at, really. That can be very easily gained back with, maybe adding an extra 2.5 onto your second attempt. Or
And you see him as he walks off the platform, he kind of shrugs it off.
yeah.
Which is great, which is really great. Like you said, in the squat division, if you miss a lift, you just got to shrug it off, just like Preston did there. You got to move on, go warm up for deadlifts, focus on the positive side. You cannot get hung up on a missed attempt because that could ruin the rest of your meet if you get in your head about it, especially for these youth lifters where this competition, it might be their second meet. It means a lot to them. So that's where you can see lifters maybe get a little bit upset, get in their head. And similar story with Isaac. He missed his final attempt with 91 kilos. But he can walk off saying, hey, I still got 86 kilos. That's my only missed lift so far of the day. Let's move on and try to get 3 lifts in the deadlift.
Folks, Isaac Pitts is our last bencher for Flight D for this session. We are now moving on to Flight E, where we see our boy Constantine Elliott Lofton. He had a bit of a rough time on squat there with the commands. However, he was able to come back exceptionally well to get on the board for that last squat.
Yeah, I'm super happy he was able to get that final attempt in. Especially like we said earlier, if he wasn't able to, then he wouldn't have been able to register a total of an 8, which would have been just heartbreaking, but he was able to lock it in. Gonna get set up for his opening attempt here in the bench press with 10 kilos, about 22 pounds. Easy.
Beautiful. All right, now we're on the board. Now we can put some weight on the bar, Dad. There we go, 3 white lights. Oh, I love the celebration coming off the platform. Oh, that makes me happy. I wish I was excited. I wish I was as excited about my own athletics as these kids are.
It's the youthful joy.
It's the power of youth.
Joseph going to be coming out to 30 kilos for his opening attempt.
Is that Mr. Tony Harris as technical controller?
I think it is.
Tony Harris, one of the longtime USAPL referees. Been involved with USA Powerlifting for decades, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Joseph's going to go 66 pounds. Still on the, so we move to a power bar now.
That was a phenomenal bench press. Very controlled, very easy. Great way to start off his attempts. And we could be seeing him take some big jumps here. In the squat event, he took very big jumps, opening up with 25 kilos, ending up with 60. So that could go back to that method of opening up super light, making sure you secure a total, not going to risk bombing out.
Yeah, having a 40-kilo spread on squat is pretty crazy to think about.
For any age.
For any age, regardless.
So that could be just a method that they're using. Let's take big jumps. Let's conserve energy.
I'm not mad at big jumps. I'm a big jump fan. Here's Xavier Keck. Textbook. 35 kilos, 77 pounds, Xavier Keck with a textbook opener.
Just 2.5 kilos under his best bench that he hit at his first competition. This is only his second competition ever. Hit that back in December.
All right, here's Mr. Paul Koch, related to Mr. Henry Koch.
Great attempt there.
That was
super
beautiful.
Fast.
I literally looked at the screen and looked back and I missed it. All right, coming up next, Mr. Hunter Maccabee. He ended up coming back and getting that missed second attempt on squat at 165. He did miss that on depth, so we are kind of building on the positive momentum now. We're able to get that squat back. Let's see if we can start us off on a good note here with this bench press opener at 75 kilos, 165.35 pounds. Oh, yeah.
Awesome
Oh,
bench
goodness.
press there.
Wow, 165 goes down in flames for Hunter Maccabee. Up next, Mr. James Morrow. And we are going to be taking us all the way up to 192 pounds. So very, very big jump here. 12.5 kilos from our prior lifter. Ooh, we got a little bit of a split cam action going on. I like it. Shout out Barbell Productions and Bryce Lewis. I really enjoy this angle quite a bit. It's going to be a good lift for James Morrow. 3 white lights. next is Mr. William Decker, 209 pounds. Bar is loaded, and here he comes. William Decker had a great run of squat, went 3 for 3, finishing out at 160 kilo.
And he took another lifter who took very big jumps in the squat event, opening up super light. So let's see if he follows the same trend in the bench. Okay, he had to put in a little bit of work, look more like a standard opener.
Like it wasn't a last warm-up type speed like we've seen from a couple other lifters, but it also wasn't.
He still has room to grow.
Exactly, yeah.
And get this, William just did his first meet a couple of weeks ago.
Nuh-uh.
In June.
What?
This is only his second meet ever. So being able to take those big jumps like that in the squat like he did, awesome job there.
And just to put that into perspective, well, actually, before we put that into perspective, let's give our flowers to Carson Franca. He is going to go for an American record attempt on his opening bench, 225 pounds. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what you would call a two-plate date. Here's Carson Franca.
Yeah, and Carson was already able to lock up a squat American record with 215 kilos. 215 kilos. And now he walks away with that 102.5 kilos for his opener.
That's faster than me getting in the Bojangles line at 8 a.m. Oh, my goodness. Super fast. And like we were saying, folks, just to put it into perspective here, we were talking about William Decker just a little bit earlier, having only competed 2 weeks prior.
That's amazing.
That is
phenomenal.
Unheard of.
I mean, I remember my first meet, I was shaking in my boots. I was so nervous. If I were to go to a national level meet 2 weeks after that, I don't know what I would do.
If I had to compete at all 2 weeks after that, I don't know what I would do. Oftentimes, especially once you get to the high school, junior, open lifters, they are probably, like, we're only able to compete 2 to 3 times a year at the very most, just because it takes that much longer to prep and there's a lot more involved there.
Robert was able to get his opening attempt at 102.5 kilos.
It just goes to show the power of youth, the way they're able to snap back for these meets. Ashton Bruner, oh my gosh, wait.
This is a crazy bench press for Ashton. Speaking of bouncing back fast, Ashton just competed at the Fit Iron Throwdown, I believe his first meet just a couple of weeks ago, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he was able to set some unofficial American records there. Now he's come to the national stage looking to make that official. 122 kilos, 269 pounds for his opening attempt. Oh my gosh.
So you know what's funny? I weighed in this morning at 268.
Oh.
He could bench press a whole, whoa.
I believe he might have jumped a command.
He had to have. If all 3 of them gave the white, yellow, let's see.
Let's see if his foot come up or. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm actually
he might have been
curious
heaving
there.
at the chest. If you get the press command, you cannot have the bar come back down before you go back up. And we'll see that more often with, super heavyweight lifters where they come down very aggressively, get the press command. They're used to bringing the bar back down into their chest to get that extra stretch reflex. I'm not quite sure if that's what happened there with Ashton or if it was a missed command.
I say because from me, the feet looked fine, everything else technically looked fine, butt stayed on.
It might have been the start command. He did come down a little bit fast. We'll see what he does on his second attempt. I mean, it moved very easy. And, it was an American record attempt, so his second attempt is going to be an American record attempt either way. Speaking of American record attempts, Constantine, with an American record attempt here, 15 kilos for the Youth 1 lifter.
With tons left in the tank there for Constantine, 3 white lights.
Great
you want to
job.
talk about building on momentum. We missed our first 2 squats, coming all the way back and getting everything up to our second attempt bench. We are locked in, ladies and gentlemen. It's the energy for me. I'm loving it. I'm loving every second of it. So he gets that lift off here. Very clean work there, Mr. Constantine. If I were a betting man, and I do occasionally, Let's see. Oh, he went up 5 kilos. Okay, so 10 to 15 to 20 kilos. Okay. Here's Joseph taking 82 pounds, 37.5 kilos.
Great second
Very
attempt
clean.
there. Even after jumping 7.5 kilos, which at this weight is a fairly big percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Handled it well.
All right, up next, Mr. Xavier Keck, 82 pounds for the men's raw youth 82.5 kilo weight class. So Xavier is the ripe young age of 12 to 13 years old.
With this attempt, Xavier is looking to match his previous best bench.
And he does it no problem. Obviously, I had to work just a little bit to get past that little sticking point, just a few inches off the chest there. But overall, it moved fast, it moved smooth.
Yeah, it moved great.
Gave him plenty of room going into that third attempt. And so far, Xavier, 5 for 5.
What more can you ask for? 6 for 6.
7 for 7,
9 for
even,
9.
dare I say. All right, bars loaded here for Mr. Paul Koch. 47.5 kilos, 104.72 pounds. We're going to call it 105 for Mr. Paul Koch.
Solid. Blue, red lights. It's a good lift.
All right, we're going up almost double the weight on the bar, from 47.5 kilos to 83.5 kilos. So almost double the weight on the bar here for Mr. Hunter Maccabee. This is 184 pounds.
Hunter in the U3 division, only his second meet, trying to hit he already set a bench PR at his opener. His previous best was 62.5 kilos, so this would be over a 20 kilo PR. Gets that big brace there.
Ooh, I am such a fan of that bench.
That was great. Textbook lift for Hunter.
All right, up next, Mr. James Morrow. But first, let's check the replay here.
Yeah, see how he sets that big brace before he comes down with the bar. Just making sure he has enough enough oxygen to actually use on the lift.
And not for nothing, you saw that when he took that super, super big breath, we saw his belly or his chest rise just a little bit. And
his lats kind of set, too.
Exactly. You know, that's a little bit of programming science for you guys that actually makes the range of motion smaller because the chest is higher. And not only that, keeping a strong brace is going to help you maintain your technique and all that good stuff. But unfortunately, it's a no lift.
I believe his foot might have lifted off the ground. Let's try to see.
That, and we saw his left heel.
Yep, his left heel raised. I think he beat the rack command, so that's where you're going to see those 2 yellow cards for James. I mean, strength was no issue. Again, he's able to press it up. He's just got to drive those heels into the ground, make sure his feet stays flat, and also listen for those commands.
And he did a good job with the heels down cue in and of itself. He's just got to have his heels there to start with.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
That's another thing you have to instill in these lifters, to use that. That comes from using leg drive, driving those heels into the ground the whole time, even not just starting from when you're pressing, but starting from the very beginning of the lift. William just got 100 kilos for his second attempt. That's a good lift. Carson's going to come out next with a 107.5 kilo, again, another American record attempt from the U3, 110 kilo lifter.
And this is, I don't know if you mentioned it, but this is an American record attempt. Yep, I just missed that.
Let's see it.
Oh, my gosh.
Great. It looked like a solid second attempt, too. Like, not too easy that you're warming up on the platform, but he still has some room to grow.
Very much so.
Brought the bar down very fast to his chest there.
All right, up next here is Robert Cecchio.
Look how keyed in This is my inspiration.
I don't want to look away from this man.
I mean, he's been like this
He is
all day.
ready.
And I'm excited to see him, not just for the rest of bench, but for deadlifts, because that's often the lift where these lifters get, I mean, across all divisions, get super fired up. If he's this keyed in for bench, I'm excited for deadlifts. But first, he's going to attempt 110 kilos, taking a 7.5 kilo jump from his opening attempt.
242 pounds, ladies and gents.
I mean, did you see
It
just the
took
focus
me-
in his eyes? Let's see him hit this. Phenomenal.
It
He can
took
jump
me-
another 7.5 kilos.
It took me getting to college to even bench 185. This kid's pumping 242.
Gives a little thumbs up to the crowd there. Maybe he's got some family in the crowd. Great.
Oh my
I mean, the
goodness.
technique is awesome.
Okay, maybe it didn't actually take me until college to do 185. But still, I wasn't doing it at 13 years old. Goodness. And not to be outdone, Ashton Bruner going
Again,
up
the focus in his face.
20 kilos up to 286 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
8 kilos up.
Ashton Bruner, 286 pounds. This is more than most teen, junior, even there's a couple open lifters that can't even bench this much.
And
this is crazy.
it's not marked on LiftingCast, but this would be an American record attempt. Missed his opener, trying to hit this on his second, and I think he's done it. Is that an American record for Ashton
It
Bruner?
is.
And
Oh
it
my
is.
gosh.
And Ashton in the 82.5 kilo weight class, but only weighing in at 78 kilos. He's still got room to grow in that weight class, and he's already benching 286 pounds.
Ooh, Constantine's locked in too. He's ready to rock for this last bench attempt of the day.
And I believe his second attempt was an American record for
It was?
Constantine. I believe it was, so this would also be an American record for him. Oh,
Yeah,
gives
giving
that
knuckles
fist
to
bump.
Big Gino, the pirate of powerlifting. Oh, we are locked
Look
in,
how
Constantine.
focused
Let's
he
go.
is.
I couldn't focus on anything when I was 9 years old.
I couldn't do it.
I can't
am-
focus on anything now at 26 years old. The
My
level of
focus has
focus that
gotten worse.
Constantine has is
A lot worse since I was 9 years old. I'm ready for Constantine to attack this weight at 20 kilos.
Folks, this is going to be our last bench round, or our last round of benches for the entire session, folks. Once we get done with bench press here, we are going to take a 10-minute break as we get set up for the deadlift. All right, bars loaded now. Here's Constantine. He runs up to the platform. I'm so
He's
here
ready.
for that.
He's ready.
Constantine, Elliott, Lofton. This is 44 pounds for a youth 175 kilo weight class, American record attempt.
His previous best was 17.5 kilos. Oh my god. That was crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Phenomenal
Elliott
lifting
lost.
out of Constantine. What a comeback from the squad event, nearly bombing out.
To
having
getting back-to-back American records.
and three for three in the bench press. I really hope he can continue that momentum going forward in the deadlifts, because I'm excited to see what he puts up. And I'm excited to see the level of focus that he's going to bring to the deadlifts.
I can't wait to
given
see
that
deadlifts.
It's the end of the day. You don't have anything after. You don't have to really conserve energy.
Right.
I'm really excited to see that.
All right, bars loaded now for Mr. Xavier Keck. He's going to go up to 93 pounds.
Xavier's in our Youth 3 82.5 kilo division. Matched his personal best bench on his second attempt, looking to add 5 kilos to that here with 42.5. Look how much time he takes on his setup. Really just trying to get focused here. Oh, come
Finish,
on.
finish, finish, finish. What a finish, Mr. Xavier Keck.
That
3
was great.
white lights.
Awesome job from Xavier. Hasn't missed a lift yet. 6 for 6 on the day. Going to be wishing him good luck going into deadlifts, trying to get that magical 9 for 9. Joseph getting set up with 45 kilos here. Jumping 7.5 kilos from his second attempt. His second attempt also matched his previous best bench. Trying to add a big 7.5 kilos here.
Ooh.
And it was just a little bit too big of a jump.
I think he lost a little bit of tightness once he got to the chest there.
I
We saw
think he might have too. It was kind of wiggling around.
where his prior two, they didn't really bobble all that much on the chest. This last one, he might have just come down a little bit too rough. But 5 for 6 on the day for Joseph. Nothing to sneeze at, especially going into deadlifts. Here's Paul Koch going 42, and then a 5 kilo jump to 47, and then a conservative 2.5 kilo jump up to 50 kilos. That is 110 big ones. Let's see what he's got.
Let's go.
Clean. Absolutely clean from Paul Koch. Up next, Mr. Hunter McAdee.
Hunter is in our U3 110 kilo division. And again, on the live stream, you can see these lifters' weight classes, but if you want to see their age, what particular division they are in, you're going to have to follow along on LiftingCast.com. And you can see much other crucial information such as the weights they've taken so far, their attempts, their forecasted totals. LiftingCast is a really
Wow. Now that
was a beautiful
right there.
attempt.
Take a picture,
White lights.
put it in
Awesome
a
job.
textbook, let everybody study it. Watch this press.
And you can see his feet slide back, but they never came off the floor. They stayed flat the whole time, so he was able to get 3 white lights.
And if you're sliding, you know he's using leg drive. You know he's using leg drive.
Exactly. And that is such a hard skill to teach for any new lifter, let alone a new youth lifter. So awesome job there from Hunter.
And his tech didn't go at all during that press. Same here for James. Wow, we might have gotten a little bit slower, but the tech held up very, very strong.
3 white lights, able to
It's gonna be a
come
good
back from
lift.
that missed second attempt there. And he even went up 2.5 kilos from that second attempt.
Looks
Able
like
to
Flight
lock it in.
3, or looks like Flight E might have some words for Flight D. We're seeing a lot of good attempt selection here from our coaches.
Let's see that continue as William walks out to 102.5 kilos. If you're in the commercial gym, this is a 2-plate date for the U3 lifter. Wow. Oh my gosh.
What a grind.
Oh my gosh.
Now, you
Hit
know
about
something?
5,
I
6,
didn't
6.
see it go back down, but I saw it pause a few
It
times.
paused about 5 different times. Gets one little pause up and down motion.
Let's
and
watch that
proceeds
again
to
here.
replay. It pauses about 4 or 5 different times.
Let's see. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
I don't think it,
4.
it was close
Yep.
on the up down. It was close on the up down. It's hard to decipher from a pause and an up down when you've got a grinder lift like that. But William able to walk away 6 for 6 so far on the day. And here is Mr. Locked In, Robert Checchio, 112.5 kilos for his final attempt. Again, another lifter trying to go 6 for 6, leading into the deadlifts.
Robert, I'm as locked in on this as you are, bud. Let's see it.
I love
248
how
pounds.
technically sound he is.
Wow.
Awesome.
Nah, it's a tie between him and Hunter for the most just technically proficient bench.
I'm
That
so
was
excited for the deadlift.
clean.
I'm really excited.
All right, folks, we're going to keep our trainer rolling. We've got yet another American record attempt on the platform today, Mr. Carson Franca.
And his previous best bench was 100 kilos. So that 15 kilos from that. And he last competed in April.
These kids with the quick turnaround times, man.
Yep. Absolutely crazy.
I can also respect the power rows, the power corn rows. Thank you, Carson. Let's see it. I might have just bitten off a smidge more than we could chew there. So we went from 107 to 115. I imagine, you know, even 110 or 112 even might not have been a bad call either. But now you know. And if nothing else coming from these missed lifts, now you have so much more data to go back to your training for, so you know to address those mistakes the next time you're on the platform.
Ashton, look how keyed in he is. Oh, no.
He was a little too keyed in, went out just a little bit ahead. He said, oh, I'm so sorry. And this is 297 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is almost 300 pounds.
Just competed 3 weeks ago.
300-pound bench press for a man weighing no more than 181 pounds.
And he weighed in light as well, 78 kilos. Let's see it, Ashton. Oh, my gosh. Can he fight through that sticking point? Just a little
Good
too much.
golly, what a
Just
fight
a
that
bit.
was.
I think a kilo less, he would have been able to fight through that.
Let's see here, because it really did just stop in midair completely.
And he does have that closer grip, so like you alluded to earlier, that is going to hail to a sticking point that is much higher off the chest.
Let's see what he's got here.
Strong
Great
kick
off the
regardless.
chest. And then it just stopped. Wow, excellent work for Ashton, and really excellent work from all of our lifters for this bench session. Not for nothing, a lot more made benches than is normally seen at the higher levels. You know, oftentimes when people are jockeying for those extra 2.5 to 5 kilos, you're going to see a lot of missed bench presses. But conversely, you're also going to see a lot of phenomenal bench grinds. You're going to see folks give it their all the way until that referee says rack.
Yeah, we saw a lot of grinders here, especially on those second, third attempts when they got a bit more heavy. These kids are just leaving their hearts on the platform. Able to see a lot of highlights here from the bench session at USA Powerlifting Youth Nationals.
We will see you in about 10 minutes, ladies and gents. We're going to get the platform fixed. Don't go anywhere.
to USA Powerlifting Youth Nationals here in beautiful Greenville, South Carolina. Nick is going to be back in just a few minutes, but for now, Adriana Davis here, and we are going to jump right back into the action of deadlifts. Jackson Johnson starting us off with an easy opener of 37.5 kilos. As a reminder, powerlifting consists of squat, bench, and deadlift. That makes up your total. So we are into the final discipline of the day in the deadlifts. This is really where it's really the funnest lift of the day, if we're being honest. There's a saying that goes, the meat doesn't start until the bar hits the floor. That's kind of true. These lifters bring a lot more hype to the deadlifts, given that it decides placing, it solidifies their total. It's the last lift of the day, so you don't have to conserve any energy for any following lifts. And it's where things can get fun.
And now deadlift is one of the more simpler, you could say, of the 3 lifts. There is only one command, and that is the down command. So that lifter does have the bars loaded, so that clock is running. But as long as the lifter begins or initiates their motion of the deadlift, so that bar starts to move off the ground, they will be fine within that 1 minute time frame. Another thing, too, we could notice differently is the stances as well. Just like with squat and bench, there are a ton of differences we can see with technique here. 2 of the primary stances are going to be sumo and conventional. So with the conventional deadlift, we're going to see feet a little bit closer together here. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Henry Koch. Yep, so feet are going to be close together. Hands are outside the knees here. And it's going to be a longer range of motion in general, but it is going to place a little bit more emphasis on the lower back, the quads. And then conversely, and then conversely on top of that, we've got the sumo deadlift. So we see Jonathan here, another conventional puller, but with the sumo, the feet would be wider. So some folks like to have it awfully close to the weights themselves. And the hands are going to be inside the knees there, shorter range of motion, more emphasis on the glutes, the hamstrings, and all of that posterior muscles.
Yeah, in sumo, it is considered to be a lot more technical between the two. So I imagine with these youth lifters, we are going to see a lot more of them. I stand corrected. We see Logan coming out with a sumo stance, but I imagine the majority of these younger lifters are going to be using that conventional stance, given that it's typically the stance that, and wow, what a celebration there from Logan. Typically, conventional is the stance that more newer lifters are going to start out with and then move to sumo.
Gosh, looks like Logan had no problem with it.
Yeah,
and I was talking
there.
I was talking to Logan just a little bit before this flight started. He is actually a gymnast.
Wow.
Logan is a gymnast.
Experimenting in powerlifting.
Gymnastics and powerlifting. Who knew the pipeline was there? And so this powerlifting is not his primary sport. Gymnastics is his primary sport. And so much like exactly, you see other kids these age, let's say they go into the gym, sure. They're not lifting for any sort of medals or any sort of recognition or ranking. These kids are lifting to compete. These kids are lifting to perform and to put on a show.
Oh, yeah,
just like Mark Fleetwood did, I would say.
He's been having fun all day. And, I mean, we have seen a lot of these lifters be so keyed in, so focused before a lift. But the main objective, especially for these younger lifters, is to encourage them that, hey, this sport is for fun. We're not going to want to be cutting unnecessarily into a weight class. We're going to want to facilitate, or more so teach, good habits, given that they're such young lifters, such as making attempts, having fun with your attempts, and just having just a general good time, especially for a lot of these lifters where this is their second competition ever, and it's on such a big national stage.
All right, bars loaded next for Mr. Caleb Todd, 65 kilos. And we're already almost done with openers for this first flight here.
Deadlifts fly. They were flying last session as well.
They were.
I mean, these spotters, again, they know what they're doing. They're very focused. It's very unlikely that, I mean, they do happen. We had one misload in the previous session, and that was because there was some confusion with the switching of the bars. But typically these spotters are going to be very fast and also very efficient, so that means as little misloads as possible.
And I don't know if you've noticed this. I definitely have. But some of these kids, when they come up to the bar, they pull it super fast, and then they immediately run off the platform. These kids are ready. They are ready for these attempts. They said, all right, that one's done. Give me the next one. I want more weight. Bar's getting fixed up now for Jamison McCardle, 203 pounds.
Has had a phenomenal day thus far. Hasn't missed a lift yet.
You better knock on wood right now.
Yep, we don't want to enact the commentator's curse.
Honestly, I've cursed a couple people. I cursed 2 last session, so hopefully we change it up here. Jamison rocking the all A7 fit. Shout out our presenting sponsor. Very nice.
And you see with that sumo form, it was a little bit more difficult off the floor. So he really had to stay patient there. And that is more typical from the sumo form. But on the way up, it was very smooth still. Moved like a good opener.
And now this is Jackson Johnson.
State record attempt.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I didn't even see that. State record attempt, 99 pounds. Jackson Johnson out of Nebraska. His only meets that he's competed in were this year. I remember you saying that earlier. His first meet was in January, and he's done 2 meets since then and before this meet here. So this is his 4th meet.
Getting invaluable platform experience.
For most people,
he's running up to the bar. He's ready.
Getting that good over-under grip there. And folks do have the option of gripping the bar really however they want to. Some folks choose to go for an under-over grip. Some folks choose to go for a hook grip, which is where you wrap the thumb underneath the bar and then grab onto your thumb. It hurts a lot. Haven't seen that very often with any of our youth lifters. I think that might be a little bit of an extreme technique for them. So a lot of them are electing to go kind of that over-under, and then there's some that are even going double over. Here's Logan Roth, 57 kilos loaded up for him, and this is another state record attempt, ladies and gents. I wonder if we can get a tally. I mean, this would be just cool for me to compile at the very end, but I wonder how many records were broken just today for our youth lifters. I feel like every other lift is another state record, another American record. It's insane. I know for collegiate nationals last year, or this past April, I know there were over 1,000 records broken.
Yeah, records are meant to be broken. And that goes to say with Logan Roth, 57 kilos was a good lift, 3 white lights for him. That was also a 7-kilo deadlift PR.
It was. I want to PR my deadlift by 7 kilos. That sounds really cool.
Too.
That sounds like a really fun thing to do. All right, bar's loaded. Our bar is getting switched out and loaded up, so we're going back to the youth bar here for Mr. Logan Keller, but we're going to still get that bar loaded up to 126. And that is an even 5-kilo jump from his first attempt.
Jumped up to 57.5 kilos.
Weighing in 4 kilos under the weight class. My goodness, that's a bit of a stretch there.
Yeah, and I mean, these kids are growing. The next weight class below would have been 35 kilos, but these youth lifters.
These are growing boys.
Yep, they're not going to want to cut into a weight class. They're still growing. And now, unfortunately for Logan, that's going to be a no lift. He got
he knew it too.
He knew it. He got 3 red lights and did get those blue cards from all 3 of those referees, indicating that he had that up and down motion. Now moving on to Henry Koch, running out to 57.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Ooh.
Oh, bit of a struggle at the top.
Now, I wonder if they're going to...
I want to see what the referees say. All right. Again,
Now-
that was a 3 red light lift.
Why would they give that? I don't think we talked about this yet. Why would they
We
give it
haven't either.
3 reds?
So he got 3 reds, and that was another blue card, but it wasn't for up and down motion. It was for supporting the bar on his thighs. So that is a way to make the lift a lot easier if you're able to use your thighs to support the bar, but we want to encourage lifters to lift the bar with a more clean technique, using more of their back, their posterior chain strength. So that is why that would be an infraction.
Oh, Jonathan knows. He's nodding off the platform. He said, yep. This is all
He's
mine.
been super excited all day, super fired up, ready to go.
Jackson, a hometown hero as well, product of Greenville, South Carolina. His mom, Selena, actually competed at the Southern Slam Down meet this past May, which was organized and hosted and directed by our very own Adriana Davis. It's also my referee debut. It's a good day overall.
It was a great
good day. Great day.
The Carolinas have got some great lifters.
Carolinas might be the strongest.
Just a really great powerlifting community. And that is why I was so excited to see that we were going to have Youth Bench and Equip Nationals here in Greenville, South Carolina. Look how fired
go.
up Mark Fleetwood is. 62.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Mark Fleetwood of the Fleetwoods. Bringing more strength to the family name. 62.5 kilos. 3 white lights.
And I love that.
That got me amped.
Showing so much passion for the sport already at such a young age. It's really, really exciting to see. And it's really great that for Mark, as well as a lot of other youth lifters, they can have that hype, bring the hype to the platform, but also stay composed enough to be able to hone in on their technique, focus when they need to, not get too excited and jump the down command or have a misgroove. It's a really fine balance to do so as well.
All right, Caleb Todd's locked and loaded for 70 kilos. He truly is locked in. He's been in the zone all day.
How amped up these lifters get.
Sumo puller as well.
Solid.
That lockout was clean.
Yeah, pretty solid second attempt from Caleb.
3 whites.
And that was already a 5 kilo deadlift PR from him. Already set a total PR, and he still has 1 lift left to go.
Great attempt there for Mr. Caleb Todd. Going up 2.5 kilos for Wyatt Sargent. This is 159 pounds for a state record attempt.
Oh, I literally looked away for 1 second, and it was done. That's how fast it was.
And now, folks, we're saying all of these lifts are state record attempts and all that stuff. You got to remember, for those of you that might not have gone to social studies or geography, we've got 50 states, right? We've got a whole ton of lifters from all across the country, quite literally. We've got lifters from California. We've got lifters from Ohio. We've got lifters from Boston, Massachusetts. We've got Mr. Rowan O'Malley from Coventry, England. You know, truly tons of representation from all across the country here at this meet. And so
That's
all
the
of these
beauty
kids.
of these national level meets.
Exactly.
Being able to have all of those lifters from all across the country come together.
And so all these lifters that are getting these state records are bringing home records for their home state. Jamison McCardle.
Looks very
Strong
similar to his
lockout.
opener. He's got that sumo pull where it's a little bit tougher off the ground, but it didn't even look that difficult, even after jumping 10 kilos from his opening attempt.
And folks, we're on to thirds now already. We are on to third attempts, which means these are our lifters' last lifts of the entire day. Everyone in flight C, this is going to be their last shot to hop on the platform, their last shot at supremacy. I'm making it sound a lot more serious than it is.
I mean, it is serious.
It is serious. It is serious.
This is a lot of their first national level meets. They're trying to set PRs. Jackson, for instance, if he hits this would be a 2.5 kilo deadlift PR for him.
And Jackson is our seasoned lifter. Yeah, he's done 4 meets.
He's done 3 meets. This is his
3
fourth
meets.
meet.
This is his 4th. Okay.
First national level meet, though.
And he just
Yes.
picked it up like there was nothing on the bar. Look at the celebration.
Yes,
And that was a state record.
State record attempt for Jackson Johnson. Great way to end the day. Only missing one lift.
Wow. Look at the celebration. Oh, I love that. Oh, handler's super proud. I love powerlifting.
I do too.
I don't know if I want my kid to powerlift. We're crossing that bridge.
We'll see.
If I even have a kid. But
I mean, just the level of excitement, the level of knowing that the work that these kids have put in for months and months on end, the level of discipline, having it all pay off in the platform, having that moment, it's just awesome to see.
all right, Henry Koch here. He does have those asterisks next to his name, so he is using a youth bar here. This is still 126 pounds.
Oh, there we go. Missed his second attempt. Let's see if he's able to lock it up on his third. And he has 3 white lights. Great job from Henry.
I'm digging the socks, too. You got the controllers on the socks. Kid's a gamer. I can respect it. Now, here's Mr. Logan Keller, the gymnast, going up 2.5 kilos.
He missed his second attempt based on that up and down call.
He's got it. He just got to be a little bit more patient. Come on, Logan. Slow and steady, bud. Let's get it. That's a good lift.
Phenomenal.
That's a good lift. Coaches in the corner super stoked. That's a good lift. 2 to 1.
That's all you need. It's a good lift. A
2 to 1 for Logan Keller.
Great way to end the day. And it always feels so good when you make that final attempt. Like, that's what you're leaving the day off with. So when you make that final deadlift attempt, it feels like you're on top of the world. And look at Jonathan Price.
He's
firing
ready.
up the crowd for this 61-kilo final deadlift attempt. Let's see it, Jonathan.
Wow.
There it is. Awesome job. Jonathan with just phenomenal lifting throughout the entire day.
Let's go. Oh, my goodness. It's the hype for me. Oh, my goodness. The competition keeps on rolling, ladies and gents. We've got Mr. Logan Roth of Fleet Strong.
Our Youth 1 lifter, 63 kilos for his final attempt, trying to go 8 for 9 on the day. And he's already beat his total PR by 26 kilos. I would love to do that.
And Logan Roth, his first meet was only just a few short months ago in April.
In April, yep.
It was the Kingdom Charity Clash, South Carolina. I think I was there for that one.
All right, let's see it.
And not only that, to finish with a state record.
I love the look of determination on his face at the top of the lift. 3 white lights. Great job for Logan Roth. 8 for 9 on the day. Over a 30-kilo meet PR, 162 kilos.
It's amazing how much Gino towers over these kids. All right, coming up next is the second product of Fleet Strong. Mr. Mark Fleetwood taking 154 pounds for his last deadlift attempt for the Youth 2 40-kilo weight class.
And watch how he comes out for this lift. This would be a 2.5-kilo deadlift PR for Mr. Fleetwood.
Oh, we've got the split screen view. This is awesome. Let's go. We have to say let's go after they do. I mean, it's required. What a finish that was. That was a clean lockout.
3 white lights. Great job for Mark to end the day. Another 8 for 9 day for the
Oh,
youth
my
lifter.
goodness.
American record attempt coming up.
We should have a bingo board. Every time we have American record hit, we'll just throw a dart at it. Caleb Todd, 160 pounds.
Look
Youth
at
1.
him.
Youth 1.
Youth 1, 8 or 9 years old, 73 kilos. Let's see it, Caleb.
Not even a decade old, this kid.
And he weighs 30 kilos. This is over 2 times his body weight. Come on, lock it in.
Ooh. Now, I
That was
wonder if they're going to
awesome.
ding him on that left knee. Let's see what happens. Nope, they did not. 3 white lights. What a solid run there for Caleb. All right, here comes Wyatt Sargent up next, but let's see this attempt again from Mr. Caleb Todd. This American record attempt here. It's the determination, the strength, the power. One of many very clean American records taken at the 2024 Youth National Championships. Now here's Mr. Wyatt Sargent going up to 181.
For the 40-kilo lifter. That was easy. That was really easy.
And this is even a state record attempt here. And then, folks, our last deadlifter of Flight C. It's going to be Mr. Jamison McCardle. He's going to be going for he's going to be going for 242 big ones.
Over 2 times his body weight. For his final lift of the day, trying to go 9 for 9. Already hit a huge total PR. Get this, his previous best was 182.5. This lift would give him 247.5 in the total. Let's see him lock it up. Oh, great way to stick with it. Yes.
Just like we were saying there with sumo, it's going to be a little bit tougher off the floor there, and so it's going to take that extra patience to be sure, okay, is it actually not moving, or do I just have to build that force into the floor? And clearly, very, very clearly, Mr. Jamison McCardle made short work of that.
9 for 9, huge total PR. Awesome job.
All right, we're getting that bar loaded and set up for our second flight of deadlifters. Folks, we are about 2/3 of the way done here. We've only got 2 more flights of deads, and that is it for this session, ladies and gents. Bentley Del Vecchio.
Easy opener there.
And I mentioned this a little bit in the prior session, but once we get to deadlifts, it's important that our lifters have knee-high socks. It's a very important thing to distinguish because more often than not, you are going to have that bar ride up your shins. You're going to have it make contact with your skin. And
I mean, that's the optimal technique.
Exactly.
If that bar gets away from you, it just makes that lift that much more harder.
And if it does get close, if that bar is close and it is scraping the shins up, we just want to make sure it's a sanitary playing field for our athletes. We just want to be sure that we're allowing them to lift safely. And those knee-high socks do allow that. They keep everything, I guess, inside the sock. And then make sure that it also comes up the knees a little bit smoother. Great work there for Trey Aitken.
It got a little shifted to his left side, but it was still fast. He was able to lock it in. Charles Dolina going to come out next to 75 kilos, 165 pounds. Another one of our lifters that this is already going to be a deadlift PR for him, a 5-kilo deadlift PR at that, on his opening attempt.
Easy.
Easy.
Empty bar, it looks like. All right, here's Mr. Connor Hobson. He's going to start us off with 80 kilos on the bar. That's 176 pounds. I see his handler's wearing a North Carolina State Championships T-shirt. That's where I did my referee practical.
Shout the Carolinas.
Connor Hobson, here we go.
Another one of our Youth 1 lifters, 8 or 9 years old here.
Very clean lifts. Oh.
See what the referees say about.
Ooh, I think he might have known it. 2 to 1.
2 to 1. It's good.
It's a good lift.
It was a little tricky because he was able to lock it out. We can see here in the replay, able to lock it out, and I believe he got the down command just as he kind of got unlocked from position and kind of
Okay, so yep, it was the down command at the same time he was kind of rocking. So his feet never came up. You can rock all you want, but as long as the foot does not leave the ground, it will be a good lift. So very borderline, very close there, but
he's able to
come
get
away.
And that's a big sigh of relief, given that when you miss your opener, you are in a bit of a sticky position.
Mm-hmm. Robert Godinez, very easy opener there. And as we see these openers start to roll into the lifting cast, we can kind of start to see some jockeying for placements, if there are any, with folks that are within the same age division. We do have a lot of age divisions, so we actually have 3 age divisions, youth 1, 2, and 3. But we've got, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6 different weight classes within just the first 2 flights. So there's a lot of variability there. So more often than not, our kids may not have that much to go against. But that being said, powerlifting is a sport all about fighting against yourself. You're competing against yourself at all times. It's only you on that platform, no one else. No one's going to lift that weight for you, only you.
Three white lights for Preston with 107 kilos for his opening attempt.
Now, ladies and germs, Rowan O'Malley. I was talking to his dad a little bit in between bench and deadlifts here. He said, because bench was a little iffy, we're going to adjust the opener. And he adjusted the opener to 126 kilos. Now, what that does is solidify the biggest total ever hit by anyone under the age of 12 in Federation history. Rowan O'Malley locks it in. He is officially one of, if not the strongest lad under the age of 12 in Federation history. 301 kilos. Unheard of.
And he has 2 more attempts.
And he's got 2 more attempts, so he's only going to be widening the gap.
We have witnessed history here. I mean, so many records, including that one set by Rowan O'Malley across so many different weight classes. It's just great to see. Literally history being made right here in Greenville,
History
South
is
Carolina.
made, absolutely.
And again, that is the phenomenal thing about these national level meets. You have those national level and higher judges, national level Cat 1, Cat 2. They can make those records official in the book. Bringing together.
Wow, we really got to see that live. That was
Yeah,
crazy.
bringing together the best youth lifters from across the country. Isaac Pitts with
Whoa.
an easy 170-kilo opener.
Sorry, Isaac, not to poke fun or anything, but it was just so easy. I had to laugh at it.
It was crazy.
That was comically fast.
Yeah, he's got a lot more room in the tank. He did get 1 red card. Watch his knees.
So I wonder if it was, because I
It might
don't know
have been
that
unlocking
yeah.
and relocking, and that is where our side referee gave that red card. But he still got 2 white lights, so that lift is going to count for him.
Cruising on over to our second attempts here. Bentley Del Vecchio going up 7.5 kilos to 148 pounds. All right. Spotter takes the bar off the jack. That means we are ready to rock. Bentley Del Vecchio, bar is loaded.
There
Easy.
it is. Great job.
I mean, you heard it from his coach. Light work.
3 white lights. Great job.
Trey Aitkins up next, going up 5 kilos, 154 pounds. So that is, if you're in a powerlifting gym or a lifting-specific gym, it is a red on the bar. So a red no collar. Maybe. Oh, we're just making sure that the weight's a little bit tighter on the bar there. And this is a state record attempt for Trey Aitken.
He's in the Youth 2 56-kilo division, trying to bring home a record to his home state. Yes.
Very easy there.
Kind of the same thing we saw in this opener where he got a little bit shifted to his left side, but it didn't deter him. He was still able to lock out the lift.
And oftentimes, that's not even, it might not be like an error in his technique or anything. That just might be how he pulls. There's certain lifters at even the super, super high levels that pull sumo very, very lopsided, almost like they're going to drop it on one side. But here we are.
That's the beautiful thing about powerlifting. You get to see such a variety of technique across so many different age and weight division categories.
There's Charles Dolina. Now, we were talking earlier. We might not have been talking about this, but I was thinking, I bet this kid's going to be a really good deadlifter.
Yeah,
And
he's got
lo and
super
behold.
long arms. I mean, I think he's got 200 pounds in the tank. That was 187 pounds, and it moved very, very easy.
Yeah, long arms, long legs. That's what we want to see for a deadlifter. Here's Connor Hobson, 85 kilos, so 187 pounds.
In our Youth 1 division, 8 or 9 years old, lifting 187 pounds. Just phenomenal.
Here's Robert Godinez getting a nice little pep talk from the handler there. 7.5 kilos up. He is excited.
Trying to cross over that 200-pound mark in the deadlift. Yes.
Easy. It's going to be a good lift.
Yep, great job.
Just keep on adding pounds to the total, folks. That's what matters here. If we're looking for placings or anything like that, we've got to add pounds to the total, and the only way to do that is to make the lifts. Here's Preston Finocchio going up 5 kilos to 248 pounds.
This would be a 2.5 kilo deadlift PR for him, and he already has blown his previous total PR out of the water. So just looking to continue to add to that on the national stage.
It's like Mr. Tony Lee was giving a hard time to the handler there for sending his lifter out a little too early. Very nice.
Solid attempt. Great job.
All right, we are coming up on our the end of our second attempts here, folks. We've got Rowan O'Malley up to bat now. He's already solidified the heaviest total of anyone under the age of 12 in USAPL history in a competition. And so now all he's doing is widening that gap. He's already sitting
on top.
Yep, he's already sitting at 301. This is going to take him up to 305. And I was talking to his dad a little bit earlier. If he gets this, we might be able to see an all-time PR out of him. Apparently 130 is his all-time PR. So we will see how this moves. Oh, he's locked in, ready to go. He is on a war path for this weight.
Yes, letting out a war cry before he walks up to the bar, trying to get
Come
the crowd
on,
amped
come
up.
on.
I told you guys.
I love
the
deadlifts.
fun starts in the deadlifts. Let's go! I love the confidence. Beautiful attempt there from Rowan. 3 white lights.
I'm
great
here for it.
lift.
Listen, you know you're strong. Let him know. Let him know, my man. Rowan O'Malley.
And for matching his all-time best, it didn't move all that difficult.
Oh, he's got to go 135 now. He has to.
Isaac Pitts, 183 kilos.
Oh, this is 403. We're into the 400s now, folks.
He is in our Youth 3 category and weighing relatively light. He's in the 67.5 kilo class, but only weighed in a little bit under 64 kilos.
Here's Isaac Pitts, 67.5 kilos.
400 pounds.
We saw Rowan did go up to 135. Nice, nice. Oh, the party started. People are shouting. People are yelling. We're having a great time here in Greenville.
Wow.
Isaac Pitts, an absolute smoke show of a deadlift.
3 white lights is great.
Wow.
Let's watch that replay here. Again, another lifter demonstrating the phenomenal balance between getting fired up, getting high, but also maintaining enough composure to keep that solid technique that he's built. Beautiful sumo deadlift.
Up next here is Mr. Bentley Del Vecchio. Ooh, being supported by none other than Mr. Rowan O'Malley right behind. You want to talk about the support and the camaraderie and the community that we see in this sport. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You don't see baseball players hyping up the other team, right? You don't see swimmers helping the person in the next lane push forward. You only see this in powerlifting, and dare I say, you may only see this in USA powerlifting.
Just making sure the bar is completely clean for Bentley before he comes out to his final attempt. He is waiting in the wings there, ready to go.
Look at that.
Let's go.
Ooh, the trap slap. I'm here for it. There we go. Get the wiggles out. Get the wiggly woos out.
Yes, lock it in.
Ooh.
Phenomenal job. What a comeback.
That is a good lift. Wow.
Only walking away with 1 bench, but in the deadlift was able to come back, go 3 for 3, and hit a big total PR, 150 kilos for Bentley.
Folks, the craziness has not stopped, nor will it. We've got Mr. Trey Aiken. Yet another American record attempt. I think we're like easily over 20 at this point. We've got to be.
We got to be.
Which, insane. Just put that out there. But here's Mr. Trey Aiken. 5 kilo jumps even across the board here. We've got a 52.5 kilo squat and a 35 kilo bench on the dock for him. Here's 75 kilos for the dead. Can he add it on? Yes, he can.
Great way to stay patient for Trey.
And yet one more American record attempt down the hatch.
And the fun doesn't stop there. We have got another American record attempt coming up. But first, we're going to see that replay of Trey's American record in the youth to 56 kilo category.
And Connor Hobson, we overheard Mr. Gino. He is 8 years old, ladies and gents. 8 years
kilos.
old, pulling 200 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
I want you to think about all of the 8-year-olds that you know your nephews, your nieces, your friends, kids, and see how many of them can pull 200. I bet you none of them can't. Connor Hobson.
New American record for Connor Hobson. 9 for 9 on the day as well.
Good celebration from Dad there. Gotta love it. You gotta love this kind of stuff, man. I don't know how you can watch powerlifting like this and not smile ear to ear. Charles Dolina. We got the family sitting up front there, giving all the support.
Trying to cross over the 200-pound mark, and it's very, very
not
easy
even
for Charles.
not even an effort. Charles Dolina had about another 100 pounds on him.
8 for 9 on the day. Awesome job from Charles.
I have a feeling that kid's going to be a phenomenal deadlifter in the next few years.
That's
I have
exactly
a really
what I
good
was
feeling
thinking.
about that.
Exactly what I was thinking. He's got the perfect build for it.
All right, now here's Robert Godinez looking to finish off strong as well. Had a bit of a rough go on squat, able to get some of that momentum back on the bench with a 47.5 kilo bench. Let's see if he's able to get a clean run through deadlifts here. He's already got his first 2 attempts. We're going to go 5 kilos up to 97.5, so 214 big old units for Mr. Robert Godinez.
And Robert, despite being a youth lifter, has been competing since 2019. So he's got a lot of experience. Unfortunately, that final attempt is going to be a bit too much
did
on the
not
day.
budge.
Hey, he still set a total PR.
He did.
215 kilos. And, I mean, again, he's been competing since 2019. That's longer than I've been competing, and Robert is 13 years old.
Yep. And then Robert, with that, he did solidify his place in the silver medal position He is going to be coming behind Mr. Preston Finacchio, who's coming up right now. He's going to be taking 259 pounds. And now there's a decently sizable difference there, but good to know that both of our men will be will be on the podium after this session.
Let's see it, 259 pounds for Preston. Ooh, has to put in some work, but he fights it up. There it is. 3 white lights for Preston. Let's see that replay here. See that patience.
Look at that great form, too. All right. Now, ladies and gents, Mr. Rowan O'Malley. As we said, he is going up to 135 kilos. This is 297 pounds. An all-time PR to stack on to his already record-breaking total here.
Getting dangerously close to that 300-pound milestone in the deadlift, despite being 11 years old. Oh, yeah,
Come on, kid.
I love it.
Let's get it. Call this man Goku the way he calls upon the strength of the crowd. Oh, he pointed right at me, dog. He pointed right at me.
135 kilos, end off the day strong, keep fighting.
Oh, no, right at the hands.
I don't think that's going to go.
Oh,
my
2-1.
gosh. And it does.
2-1, ladies and gentlemen.
2-1.
What a call there.
Great job for Rowan O'Malley. Now, those infractions did come from a red card for soft lockout and a yellow card for not keeping that controlled grip. But
he kept it pretty well, I want to say. Obviously, that is going to be a red light from that side, but that was
yeah, and he
what
lost
a
up
fight.
the heaviest total from a lifter under 12 years old in USAPL history with a 310 kilo total.
Not only that, but he also solidifies the squat. Only 2.5 kilos off from the bench and solidified the deadlift. So not only does he have the highest total record of anyone under the age of 12, he also has 2 American records.
Not to be outdone by Isaac Pitts, coming out to a 193 kilo American record attempt.
Ooh, watch that right knee. Watch the right knee.
Let's see what the judges
2-1. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's going to be a no lift, unfortunately, for him. It was just that, or it was his left knee, excuse me.
Yep, and he got 2 blue cards. Let's see if they called.
So actually, we saw both knees there.
Yeah, both knees kind of unlocking, maybe a bit of up and down. It's unfortunate that he wasn't able to get that. He could go to the jury on that, potentially. He could go to the jury if the coach decides to do that. It was a close call.
It was.
Where if I were the coach, I would be running over to the jury.
Oh, I'd be sprinting over to that table.
Trying to advocate for the lifter. But Isaac Pitts still ending off with a phenomenal 416.5 kilo total in the U3 67.5 kilo division.
And folks, Mr. Constantine Elliott Lofton is going to be our first lifter for the last flight of deadlifting for Session 2 of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Youth National Championship. Here is Mr. Constantine. Very easy.
Easy opener.
No weight on the bar there. Yeah. I got to tell you, Constantine might be one of my favorite lifters on the day. The energy he's bringing. And he's been on a tear. Ever since those first 2 squats, he's been on a tear all across bench and going into deadlifts. Bar's getting loaded now for Mr. Joseph. 55 kilos, 121 pounds. Bar is loaded.
Easy. 55 kilos. Moves like butter for Joseph.
Beltless. Beltless, too.
He doesn't need
Important
it.
to note.
He doesn't need it.
He said, "My abs are my belt." Here's Paul Coate. He's going to be opening with 154 pounds. So, like we said, in any strength gym setting or powerlifting gym setting, this is going to be 1 red on the bar.
already going to be a deadlift PR for him on his opening attempt.
Very clean. A little bit, I want to say a little bit of soft knees just at the very top there, but that's just me being super nitpicky. It was a good lift. Up next, Mr. Xavier Keck, opening with 192 pounds.
This is Xavier's second meet ever on the youth national stage.
And ladies and gents, as I said in the beginning, this is our last flight of deadlifters for this session. Once our last deadlifter has hit his very last deadlift, that is going to be the end of this session, folks. That is going to be all we've got for our youth national championships for 2024. Here's Xavier.
Takes his time with the setup, and it pays off.
Coming up behind next to Mr. James Morrow, 314.16 pounds. A casual 3-plate date. Bar is now loaded for James. 314 pounds for the raw youth 3 lifter in the 125 kilo weight class. Looked pretty much like an empty bar. A little bit of a bobble at the top there. That's going to be a good lift. Up next, Mr. Hunter Maccabee, followed behind by Mr. William Decker, Ashton Bruner, Robert Cecchio, and Carson Franca. Hunter Maccabee opening with 315 pounds. Opening with 315 pounds. And he's not even in high school yet, ladies and gentlemen. Well, he might be. He could be between, could be 13. But Hunter Maccabee.
Very easy. Already a 5 kilo deadlift PR for him.
It was almost too easy there. He almost dropped the bar a little bit. We saw the bar come out of the hands and bounce on the platform there. That's one thing we want to be cognizant of as we're finishing our deadlift and we're bringing the weight back to the ground. We want to show that we have full control over that weight at all times, and that includes returning the bar back to the platform. So generally, we want to show hands on the bar at all times until that bar stops moving. If the bar falls out of the hands or it drops out of the hands, obviously that shows a lack of control over the bar, and will be a no lift. Ashton Bruner.
Walked up that bench American record for him in that second attempt with 130 kilos. Trying to end his day off strong in the deadlifts. And a great start.
And we're just cruising right along, ladies and gents. We've got Robert and Carson, and then we go back to the top of the order to Mr. Constantine.
Robert has been to youth nationals once before last year in Arizona. Only been competing since April of last year. So it's interesting because that's still very new in terms of competing.
Very much so.
Compared to a lot of these other lifters, some of them only did their first meet a couple months back. So Robert, in comparison, is a little bit of a youth lifter veteran. 165 kilos flies for him.
Textbook opener for Mr. Robert Cecchio. And then our last deadlift opener of the day, Mr. Carson Franca.
This is crazy.
485 pounds for an opening deadlift attempt, folks. 220 kilos. This is already 2.5 kilos heavier than his all-time best deadlift PR.
And, I mean, with this lift, if he gets it, is going to already blow his total PR of the water. This will give him a 542.5 kilo total. Let's see it. A little bit sticky at the lockout.
I think he's got 5'11". I'm picking 5'11" for his last number. I don't know what that is in kilos, but.
Yeah, he still gets on the board there, solidifies that total. Be interested to see where he goes to his second attempt. Yeah,
Look how fast that came off the floor.
It's just a little bit sticky, but yeah, you're right. Super fast off the floor there.
Back to the top of the order now. Mr. Constantine is looking for his second American record of the day, taking us to 35 kilos on deadlift, 77 pounds. And this is an American record attempt for the Raw Youth 1 75 kilo age group, or age division in weight class. He is locked in. Let's get it,
Running
Constantine.
to the platform. He is ready to crush this.
Listen, I want as much excitement to run to the platform every time. Oh my goodness, give that kid some extra weight.
Yes.
He said, that ain't nothing, give me more.
New American record for Constantine Elliott Lofton. Look at him waiting for the lights. And look at this celebration. Awesome job from Constantine. Paul Koch coming out next. 75 kilos for a second attempt.
Bar is loaded, Mr. Paul. Let's see what you got here. 5 kilos up from 70 kilos. This is 165 pounds. Easy peasy.
3 white lights. It's a good lift. Has some room. Has some room to go.
We're kind of cruising through these last deadlifts here. I want to give a quick shout out again to our spotters and loaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job all day today, making sure our bar is locked and loaded. Here's Joe. Hey, Joe, 192 pounds. Very smooth, emphatic, powerful lockout.
He's got 200 in him.
Very easily, yes. Xavier Keck, 203. The men's Raw Youth 3, 82.5 kilo class. Currently in contention for first place with Mr. Ashton Bruner. Xavier currently sitting in second here in the men's U3 82.5 kilo class. Ashton Bruner, though, unfortunately sitting quite a ways ahead there.
James Morrow going to come out next to 150 kilos.
.330 pounds is on the platform now. Bar is loaded. Mr. James Morrow, if I'm not mistaken, related to Abigail Morrow from our first session today. Now, that was a good lift. He was able to get it up there, but I imagine they're going to call him for ramping, and they do, unfortunately. So like we said earlier, ramping is where you are supporting the bar on the thighs, and an easy way to tell that versus just letting the bar skim the skin of the thighs, you see the knees pop out under the bar, right? So oftentimes when they start initiate the lift, the knees kind of begin to start locking on the way up. Well, what happens as a ramp is those knees become unlocked again so that the bar can be used as, or so the thighs can be used as a ramp for the bar to come up. Here's Hunter Maccabee.
Hometown hero, I believe he's hailing out of South Carolina. Already blowing his total PR out of the water.
Too easy.
160 kilos, 352 pounds. Flies for his second attempt. Great job there.
All right, bars loaded. Now we're going to keep the same weight for Mr. William Decker.
Another lifter who completely has blown his total PR out of the water. And even that second attempt, he blew up. That was very, very fast.
One lift away from a perfect day. One lift away from a perfect day. Plenty of room left in the tank for him. We've only got 3 more lifters, and then we are back to our final deadlift attempts of the 2024 USA Powerlifting Youth National Championship. Ashton Bruner already solidifying a bench American record today, looking to finish off strong with the deadlifts. This is 369 pounds. It's going to be a good lift. Coming up next, Mr. Robert Cecchio, and then our last deadlifter, Carson Franca, before we head to the top of the lineup. Robert Cecchio is going for 380 pounds for yet another American record attempt. He is locked in. I believe he's staring into my soul. He is now staring into the soul of this weight.
This will be a Youth 3 75 kilo division American record if he gets this. Let's see it, Robert. And I can already tell he is so technically sound. He already was in the bench and the squat. And in the deadlift, that was a beautiful sumo.
Wow.
Absolutely amazing lifting out of Robert. Despite being a youth lifter, just being very, very technically refined. And you can kind of tell that he's been on the national stage before. This is his second occurrence. Excited to see where he goes for his third attempt, and more importantly, where he goes in his future.
It looks like Robert's only competed at state meets or above. I love that.
Yep, he's
I love
competed
that
at
so much.
regionals, competed at youth nationals last year, now competing at youth nationals this year, getting that, again, invaluable platform experience, not just at local meets, but at regionals, at state championships, at national level meets.
Not to be outdone here, Mr. Carson Franca, another American record attempt for him. 501 pounds.
Oh my gosh. 500 pounds. And you're 13 years old?
Depending
This is
on
crazy.
how well this moves,
Let's see it, Carson.
he might blow up my
Oh.
prediction.
Oh my gosh. I'm ready for this lift. It's going to be sticky at the lockout. Ugh. Just too much. With his form, he is going to be faster off the floor like we saw.
And with sumo, that technique is going to be extra, extra crucial throughout the entire lift. You can kind of get away with it with conventional by just keeping on lifting, by keep pulling. But
And even
with
in that,
sumo, I mean,
yeah, it's going to be difficult. Hopefully he can come back, hit down his third attempt. And you saw in that replay, Constantine in the back cheering him on. But now Constantine Elliott Lofton for yet another American record attempt at 40 kilos.
88 pounds, folks. If Constantine Elliott Lofton is able to hit this lift, he will have probably the best comeback story of a meet day I have ever seen.
Running out to the platform.
Running out
He's
to the
ready to crush
platform.
this.
Come on, Constantine. Let's see what you got, bud.
I think
Oh,
he's
he
done
got it.
I think he's done it.
He got it.
There
3
it is.
white lights.
New American record for Constantine Elliott Lofton.
Yes.
And like you said, what a great comeback story for him. Nearly bombed out in the squat attempt. Didn't miss a lift since then. Able to go 7 for 9, getting those American records. Awesome job for the Youth 1 lifter in Constantine. Way to go.
Resilience. I didn't know they taught resilience at this age, but goodness gracious. Phenomenal job, Constantine. Excellent, excellent work. Well deserving of a first place finish. Here's Mr. Paul Koch. His last attempt, 2.5 kilos up, so very conservative. Want to make sure we get as much weight on the total as we can here. Oh,
it was
Mamma
easy.
Mia,
It was
pizzeria.
easy. Secured that 9 for 9 on the day. 200. I mean, I believe that's a good lift. I didn't see anything wrong
That's a
with it.
good lift.
Gotta wait to see
That's
what
a good
the judges
lift.
say. Just a little
There
bit
we
of
go.
lag. There we go.
He's one of only, if I'm not mistaken, here, let's check the lifting cast here. There were only 3 other lifters the entire day that were able to go 9 for 9. So to be Mr. Paul Koch and to be among that company is a phenomenal accomplishment, especially at 2024 Youth Nationals.
Joseph getting set up with 92.5 kilos. Excellent job.
That looked good to me.
I think it's good.
he said, ah, God, the hands.
2 to 1, it's a good lift. Joseph able to go 8 for 9 on the day, 190 kilos in the total.
Here's James Morrow. Or sorry, this is Xavier Keck. I apologize. Here's Xavier, 220 pounds, locked and loaded. Bar is loaded.
This would give him a 212.5 kilo total when his previous best at his first competition was 180 kilos. And this is a big milestone lift too, 100 kilos. Very focused here, taking his time. Staying patient too throughout that whole
And it pays
pull.
off.
That looked like a great call. 3 white lights, and it is Xavier Keck, another lifter going 9 for 9 on the day. And look at the patience out of Xavier. Just a wonderful job. Now, James Morrow missed this on his second attempt, 150 kilos. Trying to come back and hit this on his third. I don't believe it was a strength issue. I believe he got 2 blue cards for supporting on the thighs. So hopefully he's able to clean this up, add those extra 7.5 kilos to his total.
Beautiful third
It
there.
looked a whole lot cleaner to me. There it is, 3 white lights.
Here's Mr. William Decker. Really about to deck 363 here. Here we go, William. Let's see what you got. Last attempt pull here. Great work there from Mr. William Decker.
Very easy
Finishes
for a
with
third attempt.
9 for 9 on the day.
Another 9 for 9 finish.
Elite company he finds himself in. Coming up next, Mr. Hunter Maccabee. His
Hometown
teammate,
hero.
Jonathan, right behind him. All the support he needs. Bar is loaded. Let's see what you got, Hunter.
374 pounds for his final attempt.
That was beautiful. 3 white lights. Phenomenal work there, Mr. Hunter. Wow. Look at that there.
Yeah, great
Knees
way to end
came.
the day, 8 for 9. Huge total PR, nearly 100 kilos added to his total on the day.
That's right.
423.5.
Ashton Bruner, 380 pounds. Can he finish?
Good
Yes, he
grind
can.
from Ashton. Beautiful form there, able to stick with it. Great job, 3 for 3. Ashton Bruner walking away with that bench American record. 495 kilo total for the youth lifter. And quick shout out to our spotters and loaders here. They've been doing phenomenal work throughout both sessions, and they're going to be doing an awesome job throughout the entire weekend of Youth Bench and Equip Nationals, just being super efficient, super fast, and Also being accurate, too.
That's right.
We've only had one misload on the day. Hopefully that is the only misload of the entire weekend. And if I'm being completely honest, that misload was my fault on the scores table. So not a knock to the spotters at all.
Robert Cecchio looking to finish as strong as he possibly can. Looking to go 9 for 9 with an American record to boot.
400 pounds.
I wonder. Nope,
There
3
it
white
is.
lights. There it is.
White lights?
I was hoping he didn't jump that down command, but
I was worried about
it was like
lockout there
right
with
at the
shoulders.
same time. I
Let's
think
see
he
this
was good.
replay. Oh, it was fine. It was fine.
was
I
good.
think just from the front angle, it kind of looked like his shoulders might have been slightly soft. But yet another lifter in Robert Cecchio, 9 for 9, 450 kilos. Excellent day of lifting
Ridiculous.
for him.
And folks, last but absolutely not least, Mr. Carson Franca looking to retake that American record of 501 pounds for the men's U3 110 kilo weight class. Folks, Carson Franca will be our last deadlifter of the day. He is trying to call all the energy from the crowd. We have the energy back here behind him. Is he able to get it off the floor? Can he find lockout? Slow and
fighting with
steady.
it.
Oh,
Keep
it's going to be up
fighting.
and down, and I think it just got a little bit too far out in front of him. Not able to find his way through, unfortunately. But you know what? You want to talk about a way to finish strong. I think we've
That was it.
absolutely seen it
He
today.
left his heart on the platform.
For
as
sure.
did many other lifters in the entirety of youth nationals that we had in this session as well as last session.
Absolutely. Both our men and our women, our ladies in the prior session and our men in this session. I mean, the future is strong. I mean, I know that's a cheesy thing to say, but quite
But it
literally,
is.
I mean,
It
these are
is.
some strong kids. I mean, it just goes to show how many American records are broken, how many state records were broken across the board for squat, bench, and deadlift across all weight classes, all age divisions. I'm super excited for the future of powerlifting, and I think we've seen an excellent showcase of that today. I'm going to give a quick run through of all of our sponsors real quick as we finish up this session, as well as giving some thanks to some folks that have made this meet possible. Obviously, we want to thank A7, one of our presenting sponsors for Youth Nationals. We also want to give a quick shout out to Revolution Screen Printing, who's provided our meet t-shirts, Renaissance Periodization, a Platinum USAPL sponsor, Spud Inc., Titan Training Systems. We've also got Texas Strength Systems, which has provided all of our platform equipment today. We want to thank all of our spotters and loaders for all of the hard work that they've put in all day today and will continue to put in throughout the rest of this weekend. We want to give another shout out to the Pirate of Powerlifting, Gino, for all of his hard work, making sure that the energy is maintained throughout the meet. And then finally, want to give a quick shout out to all of our referees, volunteers, and staff members, Barbell Productions, Bryce Lewis, Jan Dario, Kevin Lamb, among other folks who have helped make this weekend possible. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to sign off for session 2. My name is Nick Stevens. It has been a pleasure being with you all.
And I'm Adriana Davis. We're gonna get started with bench nationals later today at session 3. You're not gonna want to miss that. It's gonna be our equipped session. That's gonna be a fun time. And we'll see you then.
Peace.